What if Harry could enter the mirror of Erised and actually live in that reality? Chapter 1, The Reflections Invitation. Harry couldn't sleep. Again. The dorm room felt too quiet, too still. Ron's snores usually filled the space, but tonight his friend had mastered the art of silent slumber. Harry tossed in his bed, punching his pillow into a more comfortable shape. Nothing worked. His mind raced with thoughts of what he'd seen in that mirror before Christmas. His parents. Standing right behind him. Smiling. Dumbledore had told him the mirror of Erised was dangerous. That it showed nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. The headmaster said he'd moved it to a new home, somewhere Harry wouldn't find it again. But Harry had found it. 3 nights ago, while wandering the corridors under his invisibility cloak, he'd spotted a familiar gleam from an unused classroom on the 4th floor. The mirror had called to him somehow. Harry hadn't gone in that night, he'd promised Dumbledore, after all. But knowing where it was, that changed everything. Just one more look, Harry whispered to himself, throwing off his blankets. Just to see them again. He grabbed his invisibility cloak from his trunk, the fluid material sliding between his fingers like water. With practiced movements, he slipped out of the dormitory, through the common room, and out the portrait hole. "Who's there?" The fat lady called drowsily as her portrait swung closed. Harry didn't answer, padding silently through the dark corridors. His feet knew the way now, turning left at the suit of armor with the crooked helmet, right at the painting of dancing trolls. The castle felt different at night, more alive somehow, as if the ancient stones whispered secrets when students weren't around to hear. The classroom door creaked as he pushed it open, and Harry winced at the sound. He slipped inside, closed the door behind him, and pulled off the cloak. There it stood. The mirror of Erised. Taller than any mirror had a right to be, with an ornate gold frame and clawed feet. The inscription carved around the top read backward, Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry approached slowly. The surface rippled slightly, like disturbed water, then cleared. And there they were. His mother and father materialized in the glass, smiling warmly at him. Lily Potter's green eyes, his eyes, sparkled with love. James Potter stood proud, his hand on his wife's shoulder. Behind them, more faces appeared, grandparents Harry had never known, aunts, uncles, cousins. A whole family. His family. "I know you're not real," Harry whispered, pressing his palm against the cold glass. "But I wish you were." His mother stepped closer in the mirror, her smile gentle. She reached out her hand, palm facing his, mirroring his position on the glass. Something changed. The surface beneath Harry's hand warmed. Then softened. Like touching silk instead of glass. His mother's eyes widened in the reflection, surprise and hope crossing her face. She pressed her hand harder against the barrier between them, and Harry felt the surface give way slightly. "Mum," he whispered. Her lips moved. He couldn't hear the words, but he read them clearly, "Come home, Harry." Harry's heart pounded in his chest. The surface beneath his hand yielded more, his fingers sinking into what should have been solid glass. It felt like pushing through a soap bubble, resistance, then nothing. His mother's fingers touched his. Harry gasped, yanking his hand back. Her warmth lingered on his skin. Not imagined. Real. "That's impossible," he breathed. But hadn't he spent the last 7 months learning that nothing was impossible? He'd discovered he was a wizard, after all. He'd seen ghosts and moving staircases and paintings that talked. Why couldn't this be real too? His mother's face fell at his retreat. She looked so sad that Harry instinctively stepped forward again. This time, she extended both hands. Harry swallowed hard. What would Hermione say? She'd call this reckless. Dangerous. But she wasn't here to see the longing in his mother's eyes. He placed both hands against the mirror's surface. Again, it gave way, his hands sinking through. His mother grabbed them, her touch warm and solid and utterly real. She tugged gently. "Come home," she mouthed again. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward, expecting to smack face first into solid glass. Instead, the surface parted around him like a curtain. For one disorienting moment, he felt suspended between worlds, neither here nor there. Then his mother's arms wrapped around him, solid and real, and he tumbled forward into her embrace. "Harry," she said, her voice no longer silent. It rang clear and bright, exactly as he'd imagined it would sound. "Oh, Harry." The scent of her surrounded him, something floral and warm that triggered memories he didn't know he had. She was shorter than he'd expected, her head just above his. Her arms held him tightly, desperately, as if afraid he might vanish. "Lily?" A man's voice, deep and surprised. "Lily, is that, it's him, James," his mother said, her voice thick with emotion. "He's here." Harry looked up over his mother's shoulder. His father stood frozen, mouth open in shock. He looked exactly like the photographs, tall, with untidy black hair and glasses, but so much more alive. More real. "Dad?" Harry managed, his voice cracking. James Potter moved suddenly, crossing the space between them in 2 long strides. His arms wrapped around both Harry and Lily, completing a family embrace Harry had dreamed of his entire life. "Son," James whispered, his voice breaking. "You're really here." Harry couldn't speak. Tears streamed down his face as he pressed himself against his parents' embrace. This couldn't be real. But it felt real. Their warmth, their smell, the sound of their breathing. How could the mirror create all that? "Look at you," James said, pulling back slightly to examine Harry's face. "Merlin's beard, you look just like you," Lily finished, smiling through her own tears. "Except for your eyes," James said. "You have my mother's eyes," Harry completed automatically. "Everyone tells me that." His parents exchanged a strange look. "Who's everyone?" James asked, his brow furrowing. Harry blinked in confusion. "Everyone at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, Hagrid." Lily's hand flew to her mouth. "Hogwarts? You're at Hogwarts already?" "I'm a first year," Harry said slowly. Wait, don't you know that?" His parents exchanged another puzzled glance. "Harry, sweetie," Lily said, brushing his hair back from his forehead. She paused, her finger tracing where his scar should be. "What happened to your, never mind. Harry, you've been missing for almost 2 days. We've been out of our minds with worry." Harry stepped back, confusion swirling through him. "Missing? But I've been at Hogwarts all year." "Hogwarts?" James shook his head. "Harry, you're only 10. You don't start at Hogwarts until next September." Harry looked around for the first time since stepping through the mirror. They stood in a cozy living room with a cheerful fire burning in the grate. Comfortable-looking furniture surrounded them, a sofa covered with knitted blankets, armchairs with books stacked beside them, shelves lined with photographs and trinkets. Through a doorway, he could see a kitchen with copper pots hanging over a stove. This wasn't Hogwarts. This was a home. And the photos on the mantelpiece. Harry moved toward them in a daze. A family, his family, waved and smiled from every frame. His parents holding a baby. A toddler Harry zooming around on a toy broomstick. Harry at about 7, standing proudly beside a tall, handsome man with long dark hair. "Sirius," Harry whispered, touching the photo. "He's been searching the woods near his place," James said, coming to stand beside Harry. "Thought you might have tried to visit him on your own. Nearly drove himself mad with worry when he couldn't find you." Harry turned, struggling to make sense of this. "But Sirius is in Azkaban." His father recoiled as if slapped. "Azkaban? What on earth are you talking about, Harry?" For betraying you to Voldemort, Harry said. For causing your deaths. Lily gasped. James's face drained of color. Deaths? His father's voice shook. Harry, what are you talking about? We're right here. Harry's head spun. But. Voldemort killed you. When I was a baby. October 31st, 1981. He tried to kill me too, but the curse rebounded, and I got this scar, and, he pushed his hair back from his forehead, but his fingers found only smooth skin. No lightning bolt scar. Lily moved forward, placing her cool hands on Harry's flushed face. Harry, love, you've had a terrible dream. Voldemort was defeated years ago. He never found us. We've been living here in Godric's Hollow all along. But I grew up with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, Harry insisted, though his certainty wavered. At number 4, Privet Drive. My sister? Lily laughed, the sound light and incredulous. Harry, you've met Petunia exactly twice. Once at our wedding, where she glared at everyone, and once when you were 3, which was such a disaster we never repeated it. She stroked his hair. You've certainly never lived with her. Harry's legs suddenly felt weak. He sank onto the nearest chair. I don't understand, he whispered. James knelt beside him. I think you had some kind of episode. Maybe accidental magic. We found a strange mirror in your room after you disappeared. About this tall, he indicated with his hand. Ornate gold frame. The mirror of Erised, Harry said. James nodded. That's what was carved on it. Never seen anything like it. We think you might have, well, it sounds crazy, but we think you might have gotten trapped in some kind of alternate reality. Where we didn't survive. Harry stared at his father. So this is real? You're really alive? This is my home. Of course it's real, James said, squeezing Harry's shoulder. And you're home now. That's all that matters. Harry looked from his father to his mother, who smiled encouragingly. I think, Lily said gently, that you need some food, a hot bath, and a good night's sleep in your own bed. Whatever happened, whatever you experienced, we can figure it out tomorrow. The mention of food made Harry suddenly realize how hungry he was. When had he last eaten? Dinner in the Great Hall seemed like days ago. That sounds brilliant, he admitted. I'll make your favorite, Lily said, kissing the top of his head before heading toward the kitchen. Harry watched her go, still struggling to process everything. His mother. Alive. Cooking for him. While she does that, James said, how about I show you your room? Might help remind you what's real. Harry followed his father up a cozy staircase lined with more photographs. Each one showed a happy, normal family life, birthdays, Christmases, vacations. Harry drinking a butterbeer with his dad. Harry and his mum picking apples in an orchard. A life he'd never lived. Yet somehow had. James opened a door at the top of the stairs. Here we are. Harry stepped into a bedroom that was undeniably his. Quidditch posters covered the walls, the Montrose Magpies featured prominently. A bookshelf held a mixture of wizarding and muggle titles. A desk sat beneath a window overlooking what must be their back garden. And a bed with a red and gold quilt stood against the far wall. Gryffindor colors, Harry said, touching the quilt. James smiled proudly. You've been insisting on those since you were 6. Following family tradition. He ruffled Harry's hair. Though we've told you 100 times we'd be just as proud if you ended up in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. What about Slytherin? Harry asked. James's smile faltered slightly. Well, any house is fine, really. Harry laughed. Some things were consistent across realities, it seemed. A trunk sat at the foot of the bed with the initials HJP embossed on the lid. Curious, Harry opened it to find school supplies, robes, gloves, cauldron, all neatly packed. "We bought your Hogwarts things last weekend," James explained. "You were so excited you insisted on packing right away, even though term doesn't start for months." Harry closed the trunk, overwhelmed. "I can't believe this is real." James sat on the bed, patting the space beside him. When Harry joined him, his father said quietly, "Tell me about the other place. The dream, or whatever it was." Harry hesitated, then found himself pouring out the whole story: the Dursleys, living in the cupboard under the stairs, Hagrid telling him he was a wizard, going to Hogwarts, meeting Ron and Hermione, the troll at Halloween, and discovering the Mirror of Erised at Christmas. James listened intently, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "That sounds incredibly real," he admitted when Harry finished. "No wonder you're confused." "But this is real too," Harry said, looking around the room again. "I can feel it. It's just different." "Well, I can promise you one thing," James said firmly. "You're home now. And your mother and I aren't going anywhere. Dinner's ready." Lily called from downstairs. James stood, offering Harry his hand. "Come on. Your mum's shepherd's pie is legendary." Harry took his father's hand, still half expecting him to dissolve like mist. But James remained solid, his grip warm and strong as he led Harry back downstairs. The kitchen smelled amazing. Lily had set the table for 3, and a steaming shepherd's pie sat in the center. Harry's stomach growled audibly. "Sounds like someone needs feeding," Lily laughed, pulling out a chair for Harry. "Sit. Eat." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He dug into the shepherd's pie as his parents watched with fond smiles. It tasted even better than the food at Hogwarts, rich and savory with just the right amount of pepper. "So good," Harry mumbled around a mouthful. "Better than the Hogwarts house elves make it?" Lily asked. Harry paused mid-bite. "You know about that?" "About what, dear?" "About me being at Hogwarts. In the other place." Lily exchanged a look with James. "You told your father about that?" Harry nodded, taking another bite. "Well," Lily said, serving herself some pie, "it sounds like you had quite the adventure. But you're home now." "We should let Sirius and Remus know," James said. "They've been searching everywhere." "Remus too?" Harry asked eagerly. "Professor Lupin?" James chuckled. "Professor? Moony would love that." "No, he's not a professor, Harry. He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Has done for years." "But what about his condition?" Harry asked carefully. His parents exchanged another look. "You know about that?" James asked, surprised. "In the other place, he told me," Harry explained. "He taught me the Patronus charm to fight Dementors." "You can cast a Patronus?" Lily exclaimed. "At 10. Harry suddenly realized his mistake. I was 13 when he taught me. In the other place, I mean." "Right," James said slowly. "Well, to answer your question, Remus manages his condition just fine. Improved Wolfsbane potion helps tremendously. And yes, he knows all about his furry little problem, as we've called it since school." "I'll call them both after dinner," Lily decided. "They can come see for themselves that you're home and safe." Harry nodded, continuing to eat as his parents discussed which other friends needed to be notified of his return. Names he vaguely recognized from stories: Frank and Alice Longbottom, Marlene McKinnon, Dorcas Meadows. "What about Peter?" Harry asked suddenly. "Peter Pettigrew?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. "We don't mention that name in this house," James said, his voice hard. Harry set down his fork. "So he did betray you?" Lily sighed. "In a manner of speaking. He didn't get us killed, obviously, but he was passing information to Voldemort supporters." Sirius suspected him and set a trap. Peter was arrested and sent to Azkaban, where he belongs. So Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. He was, James confirmed. But he convinced Peter to be our backup, in case anything happened to him. That's how Sirius caught him, fed him false information and watched where it went. Harry processed this. So much was different, yet some things remained the same. And Voldemort? Defeated, Lily said firmly. Not by you, though. By Dumbledore and a team of Aurors, including your father, Sirius, and Frank Longbottom. It happened when you were about 3. I don't remember, Harry admitted. You wouldn't, James said. We kept you well away from all that. You've had a normal, peaceful childhood, Harry. Just as we wanted. Normal. Peaceful. The word sounded so foreign to Harry. His entire identity had been built around being the boy who lived. Without that, who was he? Just Harry. Just a normal wizard boy with living parents who loved him. It was everything he'd ever wanted. The fire in the living room suddenly flared green, making Harry jump. A voice called out, James. Lily? Are you there? James leapt from the table, rushing to the living room. Sirius. We found him. He's home. Harry followed more slowly, watching as his father knelt before the fireplace. In the flames, he could see Sirius Black's face, not the gaunt, haunted visage from the wanted posters, but a handsome man with bright eyes and an easy smile. Thank Merlin, Sirius breathed. Where was he? Is he all right? He's fine, James assured him. And it's complicated. You should come through and see for yourself. Give me 2 minutes to fire call Moony, then I'll be right there. The flames died down, returning to their normal orange color. James turned to Harry with a grin. Your godfather's been driving everyone mad with worry. Barely slept since you disappeared. Before Harry could respond, the fire roared green again. This time, Sirius Black stepped through in the flesh, brushing ash from his robes. His eyes found Harry immediately. There you are, you little terror. Sirius exclaimed, striding forward to sweep Harry into a bone-crushing hug. Do you have any idea how worried we've been? I've searched every inch of the forest near my place. Harry returned the hug awkwardly, his face pressed against Sirius's chest. This vibrant, healthy man was nothing like the escapee he'd met briefly. This Sirius hadn't spent 12 years in Azkaban. Hadn't been hollowed out by Dementors. Sorry, Harry mumbled against Sirius's robes. You should be, Sirius agreed, but there was no real anger in his voice. He released Harry and held him at arm's length, examining him. You look different somehow. That's part of the complicated bit, James explained. Harry seems to have had some kind of experience. He thought we were dead, Padfoot. Thought you were in Azkaban for betraying us. Sirius's eyebrows shot up. Me? Betray you? He barked out a laugh. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He looked back at Harry. I'd die before betraying your parents, kiddo. You know that. Harry nodded, but a lump formed in his throat. This was the Sirius he'd glimpsed behind the haunted eyes of the man he'd met before. The loyal friend. The loving godfather. The fire turned green once more, and Remus Lupin stepped through. Like Sirius, he looked vastly different from the Professor Lupin Harry knew. This Remus appeared younger, healthier, with fewer gray hairs and scars. His robes were neat and of good quality. Harry, Remus said, relief evident in his voice. Thank goodness. What followed was a flurry of explanations, exclamations, and questions. Harry found himself repeating his story, watching as disbelief, concern, and confusion crossed the faces of the adults. They spoke in low voices when they thought he couldn't hear, using words like confundus and memory charm and diagnostic spells. Through it all, Harry couldn't stop staring at them. His family. Not by blood, in Sirius and Remus's case, but family nonetheless. All alive. All here. I think, Lily finally announced, that Harry needs rest more than anything else. We can sort this all out tomorrow. No one argued with her. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and promised to come back the next day. Remus squeezed his shoulder gently before following Sirius through the flue. Bath, then bed, Lily declared once they'd gone. You look dead on your feet. Harry followed her instructions in a daze, letting the hot water of the bath soak away the confusion and tension. His mother had laid out pajamas, soft blue ones with tiny snitches flying across the fabric. They fit perfectly. His bedroom felt both strange and familiar as he climbed into bed. Lily sat on the edge, brushing his damp hair back from his forehead. No matter what happened, she said softly, no matter what you experienced or remember, know this, you are home now, Harry. This is real. We are real. And we love you very, very much. She leaned down to kiss his forehead, and Harry caught the scent of her hair, something floral that made his chest ache with familiarity. Love you too, Mum, he whispered, the word strange and wonderful on his tongue. She smiled, her eyes shining with unshed tears, and left the room, leaving the door cracked open. Harry could hear her and James talking in low voices in the hallway, though he couldn't make out the words. He stared up at the ceiling, where enchanted stars twinkled softly. This was everything he'd ever wanted. His parents alive. A real home. No fame, no scar, no destiny. So why did something feel off? Harry turned onto his side, staring at the Montrose Magpies poster. The Seeker swooped and dove, executing a perfect Wronski feint. In the other world, Harry supported no particular professional Quidditch team. He'd never had the chance to develop that kind of normal childhood preference. His eyelids grew heavy. Tomorrow, he'd explore this new reality properly. Learn about the life he'd apparently been living all along. Figure out what had happened with that mirror. Tomorrow, he'd. Sleep claimed him before he could complete the thought. Harry. He jerked awake, heart pounding. The room was dark except for the magical stars on the ceiling. Had someone called his name? Harry, where are you? The voice came again. Familiar, worried. Ron. Harry sat up, looking around the darkened bedroom. Ron. No answer. Just the soft ticking of a clock and the rustle of branches against his window. He must have imagined it. Lying back down, Harry pulled the quilt up to his chin. But sleep wouldn't return. His mind whirred with questions. If this was real, if his parents had never died, then what about everything else? What about Voldemort's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone? What about Ron and Hermione? Were they still his friends in this reality? Had he even met them? And the most troubling question of all, if this world was real, was the other one just a dream? A bizarre, detailed nightmare? Harry squeezed his eyes shut. He'd figure it all out tomorrow. Harry, please. Where are you? This time, he was certain he hadn't imagined it. Hermione's voice, clear as day, tinged with panic. But it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Harry sat up again, reaching for glasses he suddenly realized he wasn't wearing. Yet he could see perfectly clearly. Another difference. Hermione, he called softly, not wanting to wake his parents. Silence answered him. Harry lay back down, uneasy. The voices felt real. As real as everything else in this place. Eventually, exhaustion won out over confusion, and he drifted back to sleep. Morning brought sunshine streaming through his window and the smell of bacon cooking downstairs. For a moment, Harry thought he was back in Gryffindor Tower, that the strange experience with the mirror had been a dream. Then he opened his eyes to see the Magpies poster and remembered. He dressed quickly in clothes from the wardrobe, jeans and a green jumper that brought out his eyes, according to the note pinned to it in his mother's handwriting. Everything fit perfectly. The kitchen was warm and bright when he entered. Lily stood at the stove, flipping bacon, while James sat at the table reading the Daily Prophet. "Morning, sleepyhead," James greeted him. "Feel more like yourself today?" Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what "himself" meant anymore. "Where did that mirror come from?" he asked, getting straight to the point. "The one in my room." James lowered his newspaper. "That's what we'd like to know. It wasn't there when we checked on you before bed 2 nights ago. Then you were missing, and it was sitting there in the middle of your room." "Never seen anything like it," Lily added, bringing a plate stacked with bacon to the table. The inscription was strange too. "Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi." "I show not your face but your heart's desire," Harry translated automatically. His parents stared at him. "It's backwards," Harry explained. "The mirror of Erised shows you what you most desire." "And what did you see in it?" Lily asked gently, setting a plate of eggs beside the bacon. Harry hesitated. "I saw Hogwarts. Being a student there already. Having adventures with friends. It wasn't entirely a lie. In this reality, where his parents were alive, perhaps that was his deepest desire, to grow up, go to school, have normal experiences." "You're eager to start," James said, smiling. "Just a few more months, Harry." "What happened to the mirror?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore came and took it last night, after you'd gone to sleep," Lily explained. "Said it was a powerful magical artifact that shouldn't be in private homes." She served Harry a generous portion of eggs and bacon. "Eat up. You've got a busy day ahead." "I do." "Sirius is taking you to Quality Quidditch Supplies," James said. "That new Nimbus model you've been pestering us about for months is finally in stock." Harry's heart leapt. "The Nimbus 2000. James laughed. "You haven't been gone so long you've forgotten about that, surely? You've talked of nothing else since you saw the advertisement in Witch Broomstick." "Right," Harry said quickly. "Of course." Breakfast passed pleasantly, his parents chatting about normal, everyday things. James mentioned colleagues from work. He was an Auror, Harry gathered. Lily talked about a research project she was conducting with someone named Damocles Belby, involving improvements to the Wolfsbane potion. It was so ordinary. So perfect. After breakfast, James pulled out a worn chess set. "Fancy a game while we wait for Sirius?" "You were getting quite good before your adventure." Harry had never been good at chess. That was Ron's domain. But he nodded, taking a seat across from his father. The chess pieces were obviously well loved, with chips and scratches speaking to years of use. As Harry arranged the white pieces, they called out suggestions and complaints. "Not there, you fool boy!" his king exclaimed when Harry placed him on the wrong square. "Sorry," Harry mumbled, correcting the position. James raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you apologize to chess pieces? You usually tell them to shut their carved mouths and do as they're told." Harry flushed. Just being polite." The game proceeded disastrously for Harry. His pieces grew increasingly exasperated with his poor moves, and James captured most of them within 15 minutes. "You're playing worse than when you were 7, James observed. "Are you feeling all right?" "Just distracted," Harry said, watching as James's queen demolished his last bishop. Before James could respond, the fire turned green, and Sirius stepped through, dressed in a leather jacket that wouldn't have looked out of place in the Muggle world. "Ready for some serious Quidditch shopping?" he asked, grinning at his own pun. Harry jumped up, grateful for the interruption. "Definitely." "Don't let him talk you into anything too dangerous," Lily warned Sirius. "Standard racing broom only. Nothing experimental." "Would I ever put my godson in danger?" Sirius asked, clutching his chest in mock offense. Yes, Lily and James answered simultaneously. Sirius laughed. Fair enough. Standard racing broom it is. He winked at Harry. Though we might look at some Quidditch gear while we're there. Harry grinned, his spirits lifting. A day out with Sirius, buying a Nimbus 2000. This reality had its perks. Flu or apparition? Sirius asked. Flu, Lily answered firmly before Harry could speak. He's had enough disorientation. Harry approached the fireplace, taking a pinch of flu powder from the pot on the mantel. He'd never successfully used the flu before, having ended up in Nocturne Alley the one time he'd tried. Diagon Alley, he said clearly, throwing the powder into the flames. They turned emerald green, and Harry stepped in, tucking his elbows in tight. The sensation of spinning wildly was just as unpleasant as he remembered. Fireplaces whipped past, and Harry squeezed his eyes shut to avoid getting dizzy. When the spinning stopped, he stumbled out onto a stone floor. He'd arrived in the leaky cauldron. Tom the barkeeper nodded in greeting as Harry brushed ash from his clothes. Moments later, the fire flared again, and Sirius stepped out gracefully. Made it in one piece, I see, Sirius said. No accidental detours to Nocturne Alley this time. Harry startled. I've done that before. Sirius laughed. Last summer. Your dad nearly had a heart attack when you didn't show up where you were supposed to. Found you looking terrified in Borgin and Burke's. So even in this reality, Harry had flu troubles. Some things really didn't change. They made their way through the leaky cauldron and into Diagon Alley. The familiar cobblestone street bustled with shoppers, though perhaps not as many as Harry recalled from his first visit with Hagrid. It wasn't the start of the school year now, after all. Quality Quidditch supplies first, Sirius declared, then ice cream at Fortescue's. Sound good? Harry nodded eagerly, following Sirius through the crowd. As they passed Flourish and Blots, he slowed, scanning the windows for a familiar bushy-haired figure. No Hermione in sight. The thought of his friends sent a pang through him. Ron and Hermione might not even be his friends in this reality. They'd meet at Hogwarts in September, but would they connect the same way? Would they become the inseparable trio they were in the other world? Keep up, Harry, Sirius called, already several paces ahead. Quality Quidditch supplies was crowded with enthusiasts admiring the Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window. Harry pressed his face to the glass along with several other children. The broomstick looked exactly as he remembered, sleek, polished, with a mahogany handle and perfectly trimmed twigs. Beautiful, isn't she? Sirius said, joining him at the window. Best racing broom on the market. For now, said a drawling voice behind them. Father says the Nimbus Company is already working on a 2001 model that will make this look like a children's toy. Harry turned to find himself face to face with Draco Malfoy. The blond boy looked exactly as Harry remembered him, down to the permanent sneer. Malfoy, Harry said, unable to keep the coldness from his voice. Draco raised an eyebrow. Using last names now, Potter. How formal. Before Harry could respond, Sirius stepped between them. Draco, he said, his voice carefully neutral. Shopping for a broom? Just looking, Draco replied, his eyes flicking up to Sirius's face. Mother doesn't want me flying anything too advanced before Hogwarts. Wise woman, your mother, Sirius said. Harry stared between them, confused by the civil exchange. Then he remembered, Sirius and Narcissa Malfoy were cousins. In this reality, where Sirius hadn't spent 12 years in Azkaban, perhaps family connections remained intact, even across political divides. Are you buying one, Potter? Draco asked, nodding toward the Nimbus. That's the plan, Harry replied cautiously. Lucky you, Draco said, and Harry was surprised to detect genuine envy rather than malice. Father won't consider it until I make the Slytherin team. You sound pretty certain about your house, Harry observed. Draco gave him an odd look. Where else would I go? Everyone in my family's been in Slytherin for generations. Just like you'll be in Gryffindor with all the Potters and Weasleys. You know the Weasleys? Harry asked quickly. Unfortunately, Draco drawled. That lot shows up everywhere. He glanced over Harry's shoulder. Speaking of which. Harry turned to see a flash of red hair disappearing into flourish and blots. His heart leapt. Ron. I should go, Draco said. Mother's waiting at Twilfit and Tattings. See you at Hogwarts, Potter. He sauntered off, leaving Harry staring after him in confusion. That was surprisingly civil, Sirius observed. Usually you two bicker like Kneazles and Krups. We do. Sirius gave him a strange look. Ever since you first met at that ministry function when you were 7. You called him a pointy-faced prat, and he called you a messy-haired menace. Your mother was mortified. Harry tried to imagine a world where he and Draco were childhood acquaintances rather than schoolyard enemies. It seemed his counterpart in this reality had grown up fully immersed in wizarding society, meeting the children of other magical families at a young age. Come on, Sirius said, steering Harry into the shop. Let's get that broom before they sell out. 30 minutes and a considerable number of galleons later, Harry emerged clutching a carefully wrapped Nimbus 2000. Sirius had also insisted on buying him new Quidditch gloves and a maintenance kit. Ice cream now? Sirius suggested. My treat. They settled at an outdoor table at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Harry with a large chocolate and raspberry cone, Sirius with something that smoked slightly and changed colors. So, Sirius said after they'd eaten in silence for a few minutes. Want to tell me what's really going on? Harry froze, ice cream dripping down his fingers. What do you mean? Sirius leaned forward. Harry, I've known you since you were born. I changed your nappies, taught you to ride a toy broomstick, took you to your first Quidditch match. And right now, you're acting like someone who's wearing Harry Potter's face but isn't quite him. Harry set down his cone. I told you and Mum and Dad what happened. There was this mirror, yes, the mirror, the alternate reality where James and Lily died. Sirius waved his hand impatiently. I heard all that. What I'm asking is, who are you really? The Harry who grew up with James and Lily? Or the Harry who grew up with those awful muggles? The question hit Harry like a bludgeon to the chest. Who was he, really? I don't know, he admitted. I remember both lives now. Sort of. But the one with the Dursleys feels more solid. More detailed. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. That's what I thought. You've been looking at everything like you've never seen it before. You were surprised to see Draco, surprised I knew him. You didn't know how to play chess with your dad's set. And you keep watching everyone like we might disappear. Harry stared at his melting ice cream. Is it that obvious? To me, yes, Sirius said. Probably to your parents too, though they're trying not to upset you. He leaned closer. Harry, what's the last thing you remember before finding that mirror? Harry thought back. I was at Hogwarts. It was after Christmas. I'd been visiting the mirror for days, looking at my parents in it. Then Dumbledore found me and told me it would be moved. But I found it again, in another classroom, and... He trailed off, realizing how unbelievable it sounded. And you physically entered it, Sirius finished. Ending up here, in a world where your parents lived. You think I'm mad, Harry said quietly. On the contrary, Sirius replied, I think you're telling the truth. The question is, what does it mean? Maybe this is the real world, Harry suggested. Maybe the other place was just a dream or a vision. Sirius shook his head. Your knowledge is too specific. You knew about Remus's condition, about Peter's betrayal. Things the real 10-year-old Harry either wouldn't know or wouldn't phrase that way. He tapped his fingers on the table. No, I think both worlds are real. Somehow. Harry perked up. You believe me? I believe something extraordinary has happened, Sirius said carefully. And I believe you're caught in the middle of it. He glanced around to ensure no one was listening. Harry, have you ever heard of the many worlds theory? Harry shook his head. It's a Muggle science concept, actually. The idea that every decision creates a branch in reality, resulting in infinite parallel worlds. Sirius grinned at Harry's surprised expression. What? I took Muggle studies very seriously. Drove my parents mad. So you think this is a parallel world? Where my parents didn't die? Sirius nodded. It would explain everything. Why your memories don't quite match this reality. Why you have knowledge you shouldn't have. But how did I get here? Harry asked. And why? The mirror, Sirius said simply. The mirror of Erised shows your deepest desire. In your case, a world where your parents lived. Somehow, and I can't explain the magic involved, you crossed between realities. Harry's mind raced. If Sirius was right, if this was a parallel world rather than a dream or illusion, then his other life was still real. Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, they all existed. They were real people who were presumably worried about him. The voices he'd heard in the night suddenly made sense. His friends, calling for him across the barrier between worlds. I need to get back, Harry said suddenly. Sirius's eyebrows shot up. Back? To a world where James and Lily are dead? Where I'm in Azkaban? Why would you want that? Harry stared at him, the answer catching in his throat. Why indeed? This world gave him everything he'd ever wanted. His parents. A real home. Sirius and Remus, healthy and happy. No scar, no fame, no destiny to defeat the darkest wizard of all time. Because it's real, Harry said finally. Because people there need me. Because, it's where I belong. Sirius studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You're James's son, all right. Stubborn sense of duty and all. He sighed. I won't pretend I understand, Harry. If I found a world where my brother Regulus was still alive, where my friends hadn't suffered, I might never leave. I don't want to leave, Harry admitted, his throat tight. But I keep hearing them. Ron and Hermione. They're looking for me. Loyalty to friends you technically haven't even met yet, Sirius said, shaking his head. Definitely a Potter. Harry looked down at his hands. Will you help me? Figure out how to get back. Sirius hesitated. Your parents would never forgive me. They don't have to know, Harry pleaded. Not until I've decided what to do. Decided? I thought you'd already made up your mind. Harry shook his head. I need to understand what's happening. If the mirror brought me here, maybe it can take me back. But before I do anything, I want to spend time with them. With you. With the family I never had. Sirius's expression softened. I understand that. He sighed heavily. All right, Harry. I'll help you research. But promise me you won't do anything reckless without talking to me first. Promise, Harry said immediately. Good, Sirius said, pushing his empty ice cream dish aside. Now, we should get you home before your mother sends out a search party. Again. As they gathered their purchases and headed back toward the leaky cauldron, Harry glanced toward Flourish and Blotts again. The redhead he'd glimpsed earlier emerged, carrying a stack of books. It wasn't Ron but a girl, Ginny Weasley, he realized with a start. She caught him staring and gave him a small wave, which he returned automatically. In this world, it seemed, he already knew the Weasleys. The knowledge gave him a strange comfort. Some connections transcended realities. Did you have fun with Sirius? Lily asked when they returned, eyeing the Nimbus package with a mixture of resignation and amusement. Brilliant fun, Harry confirmed, carefully propping his new broom against the wall. Can I try it out in the garden? After lunch, Lily said. And only if your father's there to supervise. Harry nodded eagerly, following her to the kitchen. As she prepared sandwiches, he took the opportunity to study her properly. Her red hair was tied back in a loose braid, and she hummed as she worked, occasionally using wandless magic to summon ingredients from the pantry. This was his mother. Not a photograph or a reflection, but his actual mother. Alive, breathing, making him lunch. What? Lily asked, catching him staring. Nothing, Harry said quickly. Just, happy. Her expression softened. We're happy too, Harry. Having you home. She handed him a plate with a sandwich. Now eat up. James will be back from his meeting with Dumbledore soon, and then you can try out that ridiculously expensive broom. Dad's meeting with Dumbledore? Harry asked, suddenly alert. About what? About you, of course, Lily said. And that mirror. Dumbledore wants to examine it more closely, understand how it works. Harry's stomach clenched. If Dumbledore figured out the mirror's capabilities, he might prevent Harry from using it to return, if that's what Harry decided to do. Is Dumbledore coming here? He asked, trying to sound casual. Not today, Lily replied. Though he expressed interest in speaking with you soon. Harry nodded, relief mingling with disappointment. Part of him wanted to see Dumbledore, to ask him directly about the mirror. Another part feared what the headmaster might discover. James arrived home just as they finished lunch, looking thoughtful. How was the meeting? Lily asked. Interesting, James said, hanging his cloak by the door. Dumbledore believes the mirror is called the Mirror of Erised. I know, Harry interrupted. I told you that. James blinked. Right, you did. Well, Dumbledore confirmed it. He says it's an ancient magical artifact that shows the viewer their heart's deepest desire. He ruffled Harry's hair. Apparently, it's not meant to be used as a portal between worlds, though. Did he figure out how I came through? Harry asked. James shook his head. He's still examining it. Said it might have something to do with the intensity of your desire, combined with the mirror being moved from its usual place. Magical instability, or something along those lines. Can I see it again? Harry asked. The mirror? James and Lily exchanged concerned looks. Dumbledore doesn't think that's wise, James said carefully. He's concerned about the effect it might have on you. But it's my life, Harry protested. My choices. You're 10, Harry, Lily said gently. There are some choices you're not equipped to make yet. Harry bit back a retort. In his mind, he was nearly 12, almost a second year at Hogwarts. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. Again. But to his parents, he was just a child. Can I at least try my new broom? He asked instead. James's face brightened. Now that, we can definitely do. The garden behind the Potter cottage was larger than it had appeared from Harry's window, with high hedges providing privacy from Muggle neighbors. A small shed stood at the far end, which James opened to reveal a collection of Quidditch equipment, old brooms, a worn quaffle, a box containing a snitch and bludgers. We'll start slow, James decided, removing the snitch. Just you and me. No bludgers today. Harry unwrapped his Nimbus 2000, running his hand along the polished handle. It looked identical to the one McGonagall had given him in his first year. Mount up, James instructed, already seated on his own broom, a slightly older Nimbus model. Let's see what that beauty can do. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He swung his leg over the broom and kicked off from the ground. The familiar sensation of flight engulfed him, the rush of air, the weightlessness, the freedom. He soared upward, higher than the hedge, higher than the cottage roof. Below, he could see the entire village of Godric's Hollow spread out like a model, with the church spire rising in the distance. Not too high. James called, rising to join him. Muggle area, remember. Harry descended slightly, but continued to put the nimbus through its paces, sharp turns, dives, bursts of acceleration. The broom responded perfectly to his commands, just as he remembered. Merlin's beard, Harry! James exclaimed, pulling alongside him. When did you get so good? You fly like you've been doing it for years. Harry realized his mistake too late. In this world, he shouldn't be this skilled on a broom. I've been practicing, he said lamely. James shook his head in wonder. Well, you're a natural, just like I always said. Here, he released the snitch, which hovered for a moment before darting away. Let's see if you can catch it. The golden ball gleamed in the sunlight as it zipped across the garden. Harry pursued it instinctively, his body remembering the movements from countless Quidditch matches. The snitch dodged and weaved, but Harry stayed with it, anticipating its movements. With a final burst of speed, he reached out and closed his fingers around the struggling ball. James whooped loudly. That was incredible. 1 minute flat. He flew closer, examining Harry with newfound admiration. You're going to make the Gryffindor team in your first year, flying like that. Harry grinned, the praise warming him from the inside. Then he remembered, first years never made the house teams. Except for him, in the other reality, under exceptional circumstances. I thought first years weren't allowed their own brooms, he said carefully. They're not, technically, James acknowledged. But exceptions can be made. I was a second year when I joined the team, but your grandfather pulled some strings to get my broom approved. He winked. I might know a few people who could help with that. They continued flying until the sun began to set, James teaching Harry secret tricks and tactics. Despite supposedly being the novice, Harry found himself demonstrating moves he'd learned from Oliver Wood. Where did you learn that feint? James asked after Harry executed a particularly complex maneuver. Just, figured it out, Harry said, avoiding his father's eyes. James studied him thoughtfully but didn't press the issue. As they landed and packed away the Quidditch gear, he said casually, you know, you don't fly like a 10-year-old who's just got his first proper racing broom. Harry tensed. What do you mean? You fly like someone who's been trained. Someone with match experience. James leaned against the shed door. Almost like your story about being at Hogwarts already, isn't just a story. Harry said nothing, unsure how to respond. James sighed. It's okay, Harry. I'm not angry. Just confused. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Whatever's going on, whatever you've experienced, we'll figure it out together, all right? Harry nodded, relief flooding through him. Thanks, Dad. The word still felt strange on his tongue, but wonderful too. Dad. A person, not just a memory or a reflection. As they walked back to the house, James said, your mother's invited the Weasleys for dinner tomorrow. Thought you might like to see your friends. Harry's heart leapt. All of them? Well, not Charlie. He's still in Romania with the dragons. But Bill's home visiting, and Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny will all be there. Ron too? Harry couldn't hide his eagerness. James gave him a curious look. Of course. You two have been thick as thieves since you were toddlers. Why wouldn't Ron come? Another revelation. In this world, he and Ron had grown up together as friends. Would Ron recognize him as different, the way Sirius had? Would he still be the same Ron that Harry knew? That night, after dinner, Harry lay in bed staring at the enchanted stars on his ceiling. Tomorrow he would see the Weasleys, his surrogate family from the other world. What would it be like to meet them in this reality, where he wasn't an orphan they'd taken under their wing, but the son of living, respected members of wizarding society? As he drifted toward sleep, he heard them again, voices calling his name. Ron and Hermione, more desperate than before. Harry. Can you hear us? Please come back. I'm here, he whispered into the darkness. I hear you. But they couldn't hear him. They kept calling, their voices growing fainter as sleep claimed him. In his dreams, he saw the mirror of Erised standing in an empty chamber. His reflection waved to him, beckoning him closer. But when he approached, the reflection changed, showing not his parents but Ron and Hermione, reaching for him with terrified expressions. Come back, they mouthed silently. Before it's too late. Harry woke with a gasp, heart pounding. The room was still dark, the enchanted stars still twinkling peacefully. He lay back, trying to calm his racing thoughts. What did too late mean? Was there a time limit on how long he could stay in this world? Would the doorway between realities eventually close, trapping him here forever? The thought sent a chill through him. As wonderful as this world was, the idea of being trapped here, of never seeing the real Ron and Hermione again, filled him with dread. But then, was this world any less real? His parents certainly felt real. Sirius and Remus too. The nimbus under his hands, the food he'd eaten, the bed beneath him, all solid, all tangible. Who was to say which reality was the true one? Harry punched his pillow into a more comfortable shape and tried to go back to sleep. Tomorrow he would see the Weasleys. Maybe then he'd have a better sense of what to do. His last conscious thought before drifting off was a simple question: if he could stay here forever, with his parents alive and a normal life ahead of him, would that really be so terrible? The next day passed in a blur of anticipation. Harry helped his mother clean the house and prepare food for their guests, all while pestering her with questions about his relationship with the Weasleys in this world. You and Ron have been friends since you were in nappies, Lily explained as she directed vegetables to chop themselves on the cutting board. Arthur and Molly were in the Order of the Phoenix with us, fighting against Voldemort. The Order of the Phoenix? Harry asked. Lily gave him a strange look. Dumbledore's resistance group. Surely you remember all the stories your fathers told you. Harry nodded quickly. Right, of course. Just checking. You were particularly attached to the twins for a while, Lily continued. Which nearly gave me gray hair. Those two are trouble incarnate. And Ginny? Harry asked, trying to sound casual. A knowing smile crossed Lily's face. What about Ginny? Nothing, Harry said quickly, feeling his face heat up. Just wondering if we're friends too. She follows you around like a devoted puppy whenever they visit, Lily said, her smile widening. Has done since she could walk. It's quite sweet, really. So some things remained consistent across realities. The thought gave Harry an odd comfort. The Weasleys arrived precisely at 6, emerging one by one from the fireplace in a flurry of red hair and excited greetings. Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry so tightly he could barely breathe, exclaiming over how much he'd grown. We were so worried when James and Lily Fire called to say you'd gone missing, she said, holding him at arm's length to examine him. But look at you, right as rain. Mr. Weasley shook his hand firmly. Good to see you, Harry. Quite an adventure you had, from what I hear. Before Harry could respond, Fred and George descended on him. Heard you took a trip, to another reality, where you were famous, and we were devilishly handsome. Don't tease, boys, Mrs. Weasley scolded. Harry's been through an ordeal. Percy approached next, pompously offering his sincere relief at Harry's safe return. Bill ruffled Harry's hair in a brotherly fashion. And then. All right, Harry. Ron asked, grinning at him. Harry stared. This was Ron, his Ron, but younger, smaller. No longer the gangly almost 12-year-old he'd last seen, but a 10-year-old with even more freckles and slightly longer hair. Ron, Harry said, emotion making his voice crack. It's good to see you. Ron gave him an odd look. You too. It's only been like 2 weeks since Christmas. 2 weeks. In this world, that's how long it had been since they'd last met. Not a lifetime. Not different realities. Just 2 normal weeks. Right, Harry said quickly. Feels longer, I guess. Mum said you had some weird dream about being at Hogwarts already, Ron said as they moved to the living room. Was I there? Was I brilliant? Harry laughed, tension breaking. Yeah, you were there. You were my best mate. Ron beamed. Well, that part's true enough. What house was I in? Gryffindor like Dad? Gryffindor, Harry confirmed. We both were. Wicked, Ron said. Did we have adventures and stuff? Definitely, Harry said. We fought a troll. Ron's eyes widened. A real one. Brilliant. Did I help defeat it? You saved my life, Harry said honestly. And Hermione's. Ron's brow furrowed. Who's Hermione? Harry's heart sank. Of course, in this world, they wouldn't have met Hermione yet. She would still be a Muggle-born girl waiting for her Hogwarts letter, unaware that magic existed. Just someone from the dream, Harry said. A friend from Hogwarts. A small figure appeared at Ron's elbow, Ginny, looking shy but determined. Hi, Harry, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Hi, Ginny, Harry replied, smiling at her. How are you? Her eyes widened at being addressed directly, and her face turned the color of her hair. Fine, she squeaked, before darting back to hide behind her mother. Ron rolled his eyes. Mental, that one. Can't even talk to you without turning into a tomato. Ron, Harry said suddenly, what day is it? Huh? Ron looked confused. It's Tuesday. No, I mean the date. January 8th, Ron said. Why? January 8th. Just after Christmas holidays in his first year. If he'd been missing from the other reality for 3 days, his friends would be frantic. Hermione would be researching every possibility, and Ron would be. Harry? Ron waved a hand in front of his face. You went all weird there for a second. Sorry, Harry said. Just thinking. Dinner was a lively affair, with 15 people crowded around a magically expanded table. The adults discussed ministry politics and foreign affairs, while the children talked about Quidditch and Hogwarts. Harry found himself constantly comparing this gathering to meals at the Burrow in the other reality. The atmosphere was similar, warm, chaotic, full of laughter, but with his parents present, everything felt complete. As the meal wound down, Mr. Weasley turned to Harry. So, Harry, James tells me you had quite the experience with a magical mirror. The table quieted, all eyes turning to Harry. Yeah, Harry said uncomfortably. The mirror of Erised. Fascinating, Mr. Weasley said. And in this, other place, you say you know who killed James and Lily? Arthur, Mrs. Weasley hissed, not at the dinner table. It's all right, Harry said. And yes, in that world, Voldemort, several people flinched, sorry, you know who killed my parents when I was a baby. He tried to kill me too, but the curse rebounded. Leaving that scar you mentioned, James said, nodding. And making you famous, Fred added. The boy who lived, George intoned dramatically. Boys, Mrs. Weasley warned. It's true though, Harry said. Everyone in the wizarding world knew my name. Strangers would shake my hand in the street. He looked down at his plate. It was awful, actually. Awful to be famous? Ron asked incredulously. Awful to be famous for something I couldn't remember, Harry clarified. For something that cost me my parents. A heavy silence fell over the table. Well, Lily said finally, her voice tight with emotion, we're very glad that's not what happened here. The conversation gradually resumed, moving to safer topics. After dinner, the adults settled in the living room while the children went to Harry's room. So you're really a Quidditch prodigy in this other world? Fred asked as they sprawled across Harry's bed and floor. Harry nodded. Youngest seeker in a century. Wicked, the twins said in unison. And we're on the team too, right? George asked. Beaters, Harry confirmed. The best Gryffindors had in years, according to Wood. Who's Wood? Ron asked. Oliver Wood. Quidditch captain, keeper. Harry grinned. Complete fanatic. Makes you practice in thunderstorms. The twins exchanged glances. We like him already, Fred declared. Harry spent the next hour regaling them with stories from the other reality, carefully edited to remove the most dangerous parts. He told them about the midnight duel that wasn't, about making the Quidditch team, about Fluffy the three-headed dog. Brilliant, said Ron. Mental, said Percy. What struck him most was how easily they accepted his tales. None of them questioned whether his experience had been real or a dream. They simply took it at face value, asking questions about their counterparts in that world. So I'm a prefect there too? Percy asked, looking pleased. Afraid so, Fred said with a dramatic sigh. Prefect Percy the Perfect, George added. Percy huffed indignantly while the others laughed. As the evening wore on, the younger Weasleys began yawning. Mrs. Weasley poked her head in around 9 to announce it was time to head home. But Mum, Ron protested, Harry was just getting to the good part. You can hear the rest next time, Mrs. Weasley said firmly. It's getting late, and your father has work tomorrow. The Weasleys gathered their things, making their farewells. As Ron prepared to follow his family through the Floo, he turned to Harry. See you soon, yeah. Definitely, Harry promised. Ron hesitated, then added in a lower voice, for what it's worth, I believe you. About the other place, I mean. You're different somehow. Still Harry, but different. Before Harry could respond, Ron disappeared into the green flames. Harry helped his parents clean up, his mind churning with new thoughts. If Ron had noticed a difference, despite knowing this world's Harry for his entire life, then perhaps the distinction between realities was more profound than Harry had realized. Did you have fun with your friends? Lily asked as they washed dishes, by hand, at her insistence, though magic helped with drying. It was brilliant, Harry said honestly. They're exactly the same as I remember. Lily gave him a searching look. You're still thinking about that other place, aren't you? Harry nodded reluctantly. Harry, she said gently, setting down a plate, I know this is confusing for you. But you're home now. This is real. She took his hands in hers, still warm and soapy from the dishwater. We're real. Whatever you experienced with that mirror, it was just a reflection. A shadow. Harry looked into her green eyes, his eyes, and wanted desperately to believe her. To accept this reality as the only one. To embrace the life he could have here, with parents who loved him, friends who'd known him forever, a normal childhood without the burden of fame or destiny. I know, Mum, he said finally. I know you're real. And he did know it. This world was as real as the other. The question was, which one was his? Later that night, as he lay in bed listening to his parents' voices drifting up from downstairs, Harry made his decision. Tomorrow, he would ask Sirius to help him find the mirror of Erised. He needed to understand how it worked, why it had brought him here, and whether he could return if he chose to. Not that he'd necessarily choose to leave. But he needed to know it was possible. Needed to understand what had happened to him. As sleep began to claim him, the voices came again, Ron and Hermione, calling his name across the void between worlds. Harry, please, if you can hear us. Dumbledore says the mirror will close soon. You have to come back. This time, Harry didn't respond. He pulled his pillow over his head and tried to block out their desperate pleas. Tomorrow he would seek answers. Tonight, he just wanted to sleep in his own bed, in his parents' house, and pretend for a few more hours that this was all he'd ever known. Chapter 2, Cracks in the Glass. Harry woke before dawn, his mind already racing. The faces of Ron and Hermione haunted him, their desperate voices calling from another reality, warning that time was running out. He had to find that mirror. He dressed quickly in the pre-dawn darkness and crept downstairs, avoiding the third step that creaked. The house felt different at night, more mysterious, less certain. As if it might shift and change when no one was watching. The living room fireplace still held dying embers from the previous evening. Harry grabbed a pinch of Floo powder from the pot on the mantel, hesitating only briefly before tossing it into the grate. Sirius Black's residence, he whispered into the green flames. Nothing happened. Harry frowned. Had he gotten the address wrong? In his world, Sirius had lived at Grimmauld Place, but Harry doubted his godfather would choose to live in his hated family home in this reality. Padfoot's place, he tried. The flames flickered but remained green. The doghouse. This time, the flames roared higher. Harry grinned. Trust Sirius to choose such a ridiculous Floo address. Sirius, he called softly into the flames. It's Harry. Are you there? A moment later, Sirius's sleepy face appeared in the fire. Harry. It's 5 a.m. Is everything all right? I need your help, Harry said urgently. Can I come through? Sirius blinked, suddenly more alert. Your parents will kill me if they wake up and you're gone. I'll leave a note, Harry promised. Please, Sirius. It's important. His godfather sighed. Fine. Come through. But make it quick. Harry scribbled a hasty note for his parents, saying he'd gone to Sirius's for an early morning flying lesson. Then he stepped into the flames. Traveling by Floo was just as disorienting as ever, but Harry managed to exit without stumbling. Progress, he thought grimly. He found himself in a comfortable, if cluttered, living room. Motorcycle parts lay scattered across a table, and dog-eared Quidditch magazines competed for space with takeaway containers. Sorry about the mess, Sirius said, standing in the doorway in a dressing gown. Wasn't expecting visitors before breakfast. It's brilliant, Harry said honestly. The place screamed serious, casual, a bit chaotic, but warm and welcoming. So, Sirius said, running a hand through his sleep-mussed hair, what's so urgent it couldn't wait for a decent hour? I need to find the mirror of Erised, Harry said without preamble. Dad said Dumbledore took it, but I need to see it again. Sirius raised an eyebrow. And you think I can help with this? How, exactly? You were an Auror, right? You must know where Dumbledore would keep something like that. Was an Auror, Sirius corrected. Quit after the war to open my motorcycle shop. And no, I don't know where Dumbledore keeps his magical artifacts. He studied Harry's face. Why the sudden urgency? Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. I keep hearing them, Ron and Hermione from the other world. They're trying to reach me. They say the mirror is closing soon, whatever that means. Sirius's expression grew serious. Sit down, Harry. They settled on the worn sofa. Sirius summoned 2 mugs of hot chocolate with a flick of his wand. Tell me exactly what you've heard, he said. Harry recounted the voices, the warnings about time running out, the increasingly desperate tone. And you believe these are real communications? Not dreams. They feel real, Harry insisted. And they match what I know about Ron and Hermione, how they'd act if I disappeared. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. All right. Let's assume they are real. That means the connection between worlds is still open, but apparently closing. He took a sip of his chocolate. The question is, do you want to go back? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. I don't know. Fair enough, Sirius said gently. But you need information to make that choice. I get that. He set down his mug. I can't take you to the mirror, Harry. I genuinely don't know where it is. But I might know someone who can help us understand it better. Who? My cousin Andromeda. She's a magical antiquities expert at the ministry. If anyone knows about ancient magical mirrors, it's her. Hope surged through Harry. Can we see her today? It's Saturday, so she won't be at the ministry, Sirius said. But we could visit her home. He fixed Harry with a stern look. After we clear it with your parents. But, no buts. I'm not smuggling you around the country without James and Lily knowing. That's non-negotiable. Harry slumped back against the sofa. Fine. They might surprise you, Sirius said. Your parents want what's best for you. If that means understanding what happened with the mirror, they'll help. Harry wasn't so sure, but he nodded anyway. Now, Sirius said, standing, since you're here at this ungodly hour, how about those flying lessons you promised your parents we'd be doing? When they returned to Godric's Hollow 3 hours later, windswept and hungry, Lily was waiting with her arms crossed and a dangerous glint in her eye. Gone flying with Sirius is not an adequate note when your son has recently disappeared for days, James Potter, she snapped at Harry's father, who stood behind her looking sheepish. That's not fair, Lils, James protested. I didn't know he was going. Which is exactly my point. Sirius stepped forward. It was my fault, Lily. Harry fire called, and I should have sent him straight back. No, it was my idea, Harry interjected. I needed to talk to Sirius about things. Lily's expression softened slightly. What things, Harry? Harry glanced at Sirius, who nodded encouragingly. About the mirror. About what's happening to me. The anger drained from Lily's face, replaced by concern. Come inside, she said. All of you. They gathered around the kitchen table, where Lily served breakfast despite the late hour. No one spoke until they'd all filled their plates. I keep hearing them, Harry finally said, looking at his eggs rather than his parents. Ron and Hermione from the other world. They say the mirror is closing soon, and I need to come back. James and Lily exchanged worried looks. Harry, his mother said gently, are you sure these aren't just dreams? Your mind processing everything that's happened? They're real, Harry insisted. And I need to understand what's happening. Sirius thought his cousin Andromeda might know something about magical mirrors. I want to talk to her. Absolutely not, Lily said immediately. Lils, James placed a hand on her arm. Maybe we should consider, no, she said firmly. I won't have Harry obsessing over this other place. He's home now. He's safe. But what if I don't belong here? Harry blurted out. What if that other world is where I'm supposed to be? Lily recoiled as if slapped. How can you say that? We're your parents. In both worlds, Harry said quietly. You're my parents in both worlds. The difference is, there you died for me. Here you just got to live. The kitchen fell silent except for the ticking of the clock on the wall. I need to know, Harry continued. I need to understand what happened. Please. James looked at Lily for a long moment, something unspoken passing between them. Finally, he turned to Harry. All right, he said. We'll take you to see Andromeda. But Harry, his voice grew serious, whatever you learn, remember this, we love you. This family is real. And you will always have a home here. Tears prickled behind Harry's eyes. I know, Dad. I still don't like it, Lily muttered, but she didn't object further. Sirius cleared his throat. I'll fire call Andy and see if she's free today. While Sirius used the fireplace, Harry helped his mother clear the breakfast dishes. She worked in silence, her movements tense. I'm not trying to leave you, Harry said quietly. I just need answers. Lily paused, a plate half-dried in her hands. I know that, logically. But as a mother. She shook her head. The thought of losing you again is unbearable. Again. When you disappeared, Harry, when we found that mirror in your room and you gone, it was the worst moment of my life. Worse than anything during the war. She set down the plate carefully. I can't go through that again. Harry's chest tightened. In his determination to understand what was happening, he hadn't fully considered how it affected his parents. The pain he might cause them. I'm sorry, he said, meaning it. I just need answers. I know. Lily brushed her hand against his cheek. You're so like your father that way. Never could leave a mystery unsolved. Before Harry could respond, Sirius returned. Andy says we can come over now. She's intrigued. 30 minutes later, they arrived at a neat cottage on the outskirts of a village Harry didn't recognize. The door opened before they could knock, revealing a woman who reminded Harry forcibly of Bellatrix Lestrange, but with gentler features and kind eyes. The mysterious mirror travelers, she greeted them. Come in, come in. Dora's dying to see you all. They followed Andromeda into a cozy living room, where a teenage girl with bright pink hair lounged upside down on a chair, her feet where her head should be. Watcher, she said cheerfully. You must be Harry. Mum says you've been dimension hopping. Nymphadora, Andromeda chided. Be serious. Can't, that's him, she quipped, pointing at Sirius. And don't call me Nymphadora. Harry stared in astonishment. Tonks. The girl flipped right side up, suddenly interested. You know me? In the other place? Sort of, Harry said, realizing his mistake. You're an aura there. And you prefer to be called Tonks, not Nymphadora. She grinned. See, Mum. Even in alternate realities, nobody uses that horrible name you gave me. Andromeda rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Everyone. Once they were settled with teacups, Andromeda leaned forward. Now, tell me about this mirror. Harry described the mirror of Erised in detail, the ornate gold frame, the strange inscription, the way it showed his parents standing behind him. He explained how, in his original world, Dumbledore had warned him about the mirror's dangers but moved it to a place where Harry found it again. And you physically stepped through? Andromeda asked, fascinated. Harry nodded. My mother, in the reflection, she reached out to me. When I touched the glass, my hand went through. Andromeda set down her teacup, eyes wide. In all my years studying magical artifacts, I've never heard of the mirror of Erised allowing physical passage. So what happened? James asked. How did he cross between worlds? I'm not convinced he did, Andromeda said slowly. At least, not in the way you're thinking. What do you mean? Harry asked. Andromeda chose her words carefully. The mirror of Erised is an ancient artifact, designed to show the deepest desires of one's heart. It's not a portal. It's not meant for transportation. She glanced at Harry. I believe what's happened is more complex than simply stepping into another dimension. Then what did happen? Lily pressed. There's a theory among certain magical scholars, Andromeda explained, that particularly powerful magical artifacts can, under specific circumstances, create something called a desire realm, a pocket dimension constructed from a person's deepest longings. So this world isn't real? Harry asked, his stomach dropping. I didn't say that, Andromeda corrected quickly. What I'm saying is that magical theory allows for multiple possibilities. This could be an entirely separate reality where events unfolded differently. Or it could be a constructed reality based on your desires. Or, she hesitated, the other reality could be the construct. That's not possible, Harry said firmly. I remember my whole life there. Do you? Andromeda asked gently. Every detail? Or are there gaps? Inconsistencies? Harry opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. Now that she mentioned it, his memories of life with the Dursleys before Hogwarts were strangely fuzzy. Generic. But his time at Hogwarts felt crystal clear. I don't know how to determine which reality is the original without examining the mirror itself, Andromeda continued. But I can tell you this, if you're hearing voices from the other side, the connection remains open. Temporarily. What happens if it closes? Sirius asked. If this is indeed a desire realm, Andromeda said carefully, and the connection closes while Harry remains inside, the realm would likely become permanent. Self-sustaining. Harry would continue to live here, with no way back. And if it's a parallel reality? James asked. Same result, different mechanism, Andromeda replied. The pathway closes. Travel becomes impossible in either direction. Harry's mind spun with implications. If he stayed, he might never know which reality was real, or if both were. If he left, he might lose his parents forever. How would I get back? He asked. If I wanted to. Find the mirror, Andromeda said simply. It should exist in this world too, as the anchor point between realities. If my theory is correct, the mirror here would show you your original world. Dumbledore has it, Lily said reluctantly. At Hogwarts, presumably. Then that's where you need to go, Andromeda told Harry. Tonks, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly sat forward. I'll help, she declared. I'm brilliant at finding things people don't want found. You're 16, Andromeda reminded her. 17 in 2 weeks, Tonks countered. And I want to help Harry. It's not every day you meet someone who's traveled between worlds. It could be dangerous, James warned. Tonks snorted. More dangerous than the time Harry and I tried to ride hippogriffs when we were 8. Harry blinked in surprise. In this world, apparently he and Tonks had childhood history too. Don't remind me, Lily groaned. I found gray hairs the next morning. So it's settled, Tonks said brightly. We're going mirror hunting at Hogwarts. The adults exchanged glances. Dumbledore might simply show it to Harry if asked, Sirius suggested. No hunting necessary. He didn't seem inclined to when James spoke with him, Lily pointed out. Then we don't ask, Tonks declared. We find it ourselves. Harry looked at his parents, expecting resistance. To his surprise, James nodded slowly. We'll contact Dumbledore, he said. Request a meeting at Hogwarts. Harry deserves answers, and the mirror is key to understanding what's happened. Thank you, Harry said, relief flooding through him. Don't thank me yet, James replied grimly. Convincing Albus Dumbledore to do anything he doesn't want to do is no small feat. As it turned out, they didn't need to convince Dumbledore of anything. When they returned home, an owl was waiting with a letter bearing the Hogwarts seal. James read it aloud, Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potter, I believe it would be beneficial for young Harry to visit Hogwarts tomorrow to discuss recent events. If convenient, please arrive at my office at 11 o'clock. The password is, Acid Pops. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. How does he always know? Sirius wondered. It's Dumbledore, Harry said, as if that explained everything. And in a way, it did. That night, Harry lay awake for hours, his mind too busy for sleep. Tomorrow he would see Hogwarts again, not as a student, but as a visitor. Would it feel the same? Would he see Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, the familiar halls and moving staircases? And most importantly, would he find the mirror? Discover whether he could return to the other world? Did he even want to? The question haunted him as he drifted into uneasy sleep. In his dreams, he stood before 2 mirrors, one showing his parents alive and happy, the other showing Ron and Hermione reaching for him through the glass. No matter which way he turned, one mirror always stood at his back, forgotten but not gone. Harry. Harry, wake up. He opened his eyes to find his mother sitting on the edge of his bed, her hand on his shoulder. Sunlight streamed through the window. "It's nearly 9, she said. "We need to leave for Hogwarts in an hour." Harry sat up quickly. "I overslept." "You were restless last night," Lily said, smoothing his wild hair with her hand. "I heard you talking in your sleep." "What did I say?" he asked nervously. "Nothing clear. Just names. Ron. Hermione." She paused. "Voldemort." Harry avoided her eyes. "Bad dreams. Harry." She waited until he looked at her. "Whatever you decide today, whatever you learn, know that your father and I support you. Even if it breaks our hearts." Tears pricked behind Harry's eyes. "I'm not trying to leave you." "I know," she said, kissing his forehead. "But you need to do what's right for you, not what's easiest for us." She stood. "Now get dressed. I've made your favorite breakfast." An hour later, the three Potters stood before the fireplace, dressed in their best robes. Harry's stomach fluttered with nerves. "Ready?" James asked, holding out the pot of Flo powder. Harry nodded, taking a handful of the glittering powder. "Hogwarts, headmaster's office," he said clearly, throwing it into the flames. The familiar spinning sensation engulfed him. When it stopped, he stumbled out onto a hearthrug in Dumbledore's circular office. It looked exactly as he remembered, the delicate silver instruments whirring on spindle-legged tables, the portraits of past headmasters snoozing in their frames, Fawkes the Phoenix perched beside the desk. And behind that desk, wearing midnight blue robes sprinkled with stars, sat Albus Dumbledore. "Ah, Harry," he said pleasantly, as though Harry's arrival was nothing out of the ordinary. "Right on time." The flames flared green again, and James and Lily stepped through, brushing ash from their robes. "James, Lily," Dumbledore greeted them. "Thank you for coming." "You didn't leave us much choice, Albus," James replied, but without rancor. "Please, sit." Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring 3 comfortable chairs facing his desk. Harry sat, unable to stop staring at the headmaster. This Dumbledore appeared identical to the one he knew, same twinkling blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, same long silver beard, same air of serene wisdom. Yet Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was subtly different. "Now, Harry," Dumbledore began, "I understand you've had quite the extraordinary experience with the Mirror of Erised." Harry nodded. "I stepped into it, Professor. Into another reality where my parents were." He glanced at James and Lily. "Where things were different." "Indeed." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "And you believe that reality to be your original home?" "I don't know anymore," Harry admitted. "Both feel real." "A natural confusion," Dumbledore said kindly. "The Mirror of Erised is a powerful magical artifact, capable of showing us nothing less than our heart's deepest desire. But physical transportation?" He shook his head. "Most unprecedented." "I need to see it again," Harry said. "The mirror. Andromeda Tonks thinks it might help me understand what's happened." "Ah, Andromeda," Dumbledore smiled. "A most knowledgeable witch in matters of magical antiquities." "And what else did she suggest?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "She mentioned something called a desire realm, a place created from what I wanted most." "A fascinating theory," Dumbledore acknowledged. "And one with considerable merit." He leaned forward. "Harry, do you know why the Mirror of Erised is dangerous?" "Because people waste away before it," Harry answered promptly. "Driven mad by seeing what they can't have." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Precisely. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see. Others have been driven mad, not knowing if what they see is real or even possible." The words echoed exactly what Dumbledore had told him in the other reality. Harry shivered. "The mirror is currently being used for another purpose," Dumbledore continued. "A purpose I cannot divulge. However, He paused, studying Harry over his spectacles. I believe your situation warrants a brief viewing. Hope surged through Harry. You'll let me see it? Under supervision, Dumbledore qualified. And with certain precautions. James leaned forward. What kind of precautions? A tethering charm, Dumbledore explained. To ensure Harry remains physically in our reality, regardless of what the mirror shows or does. Lily nodded firmly. Agreed. When can I see it? Harry asked eagerly. Now, if you wish, Dumbledore replied, rising from his chair. It is kept not far from here. Harry's heart raced as they followed Dumbledore from his office and through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts. Students were absent, being a weekend, though they passed a few professors who nodded respectfully to Dumbledore and looked curiously at the Potters. Minerva, Dumbledore greeted Professor McGonagall as she emerged from the Transfiguration classroom. Albus. Her eyes moved to Harry and his parents. James, Lily. And young Harry. I heard about your adventure. Hello, Professor, Harry said, feeling strangely shy. This McGonagall had never taught him, never seen him sorted into Gryffindor, never given him his first broom. Mr. Potter, she replied with a small smile. I look forward to having you in my house next year. Your father assures me you've inherited his talent for transfiguration. Along with my common sense, one hopes, Lily added dryly. McGonagall's smile widened. One always hopes, Lily. They continued through the castle, eventually reaching a corridor Harry recognized with a jolt, the same one where he'd found the mirror in his first year. It can't be a coincidence, he murmured. What's that, Harry? James asked. This is where I found the mirror before. In the other reality. Dumbledore looked intrigued. Fascinating. The mirror seems to occupy similar spaces across realities. A form of magical resonance, perhaps. He stopped before a heavy wooden door, drawing his wand. A moment, please. Dumbledore waved his wand in a complex pattern, murmuring incantations. The door glowed briefly, then swung open. After you, he said, gesturing to Harry. The room beyond was small and empty except for one thing, the mirror of Erised, standing tall and imposing against the far wall. Harry approached slowly, his heart pounding so hard he thought the others must hear it. Remember, Dumbledore said quietly, what you see may not be what you expect. Harry stood before the mirror, holding his breath. At first, he saw only his own reflection, a skinny boy with untidy black hair and no scar on his forehead. Then the image rippled. Ron and Hermione appeared behind him, their faces anxious. They seemed to be calling his name, though Harry could hear nothing. In the background, he glimpsed the Gryffindor common room, armchairs by the fire, scarlet and gold hangings, the familiar portrait hole. His heart clenched. His friends. His home. What do you see, Harry? Dumbledore asked gently. Hogwarts, Harry said, his voice catching. Ron and Hermione. The common room. James and Lily exchanged pained glances. They're looking for me, Harry continued. Trying to reach me. Dumbledore moved forward, drawing his wand. I will now perform the tethering charm. You will feel a slight pressure, like a rope around your waist. Do not be alarmed. Harry nodded, his eyes never leaving the mirror. Dumbledore murmured an incantation, and Harry felt the sensation just as described, a gentle pressure around his middle, anchoring him. Now, Dumbledore said, place your hand against the surface. Harry reached out slowly, pressing his palm against the mirror. The glass felt cool and solid. Unyielding. It's not working, he said, disappointment washing over him. I can't get through. Try again, Dumbledore suggested. This time, focus on your desire to return. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on Ron and Hermione. On Hogwarts. On the life he'd lived there. Then he pressed his hand against the glass once more. This time, the surface yielded slightly, becoming softer, but not opening completely as it had before. "Something's blocking it," Harry said, frustrated. "It's like there's resistance." "The tethering charm, perhaps," Dumbledore mused. "Or something about the mirror itself has changed." "Let me try without the charm," Harry urged. "Absolutely not," Lily said firmly. "Mrs. Potter is right," Dumbledore agreed. "We cannot risk losing you again, Harry." Harry stepped back from the mirror, frustrated. The image of Ron and Hermione remained, but they seemed to be growing fainter, as if fading away. "They're disappearing," he said urgently. "The connection is closing." "Harry," James placed a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe it's for the best. Maybe this is where you belong." "But I need to know." Harry insisted. "I need to understand what's real." "Both realities are real, Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "The question is not which is real, but which is yours." Harry stared at the mirror, at his fading friends. "How do I know?" "That, I'm afraid, is something only you can determine," Dumbledore replied. "But perhaps not today, and not here." Before Harry could protest, the headmaster guided them away from the mirror, back toward the door. With a last desperate glance, Harry saw Ron and Hermione fade entirely, replaced by his own reflection, and behind him, his parents, watching with worried expressions. The image in the mirror now matched reality perfectly. No desires shown. No other world visible. The door closed behind them with an ominous thud. "It didn't work," Harry said miserably as they walked through the grounds toward Hogsmeade. After leaving the mirror room, Dumbledore had suggested they might enjoy lunch at the Three Broomsticks before returning home. "I couldn't get through." "Perhaps that's a sign," Lily suggested gently. "That this is where you belong." Harry didn't respond. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the mirror should have worked. In the other reality, he had reached through effortlessly. Why was it different now? As they crossed the grounds, a familiar figure emerged from a wooden hut near the forest edge. "Hagrid!" Harry called before he could stop himself. The enormous gamekeeper turned, surprised. "Well, hello there," he boomed, striding toward them. "James and Lily Potter. And this must be young Harry." He beamed down at Harry. "Last time I saw you, we're no bigger than a bowtruckle." Harry grinned up at the half-giant, relieved to find him exactly as he remembered. "Hello, Hagrid." "Heard ya had quite the adventure," Hagrid said, his beetle-black eyes twinkling. "Magical mirrors and other worlds and whatnot." "You could say that," Harry agreed. "Been looking forward to having ya at Hogwarts," Hagrid continued. "September'll be here before ya know it." "Hagrid," James said, "we're heading to the Three Broomsticks for lunch. Would you care to join us?" "Don't mind if I do," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Just need to finish feed in the Thestrals first." "I'll help," Harry offered immediately. James and Lily exchanged glances. "All right," James said. "We'll meet you both at the pub in 30 minutes. As his parents continued toward Hogsmeade, Harry accompanied Hagrid back to his hut. "So remember me from this other world, do ye?" Hagrid asked curiously. Harry nodded. "You were the one who told me I was a wizard. Brought me my Hogwarts letter. The Dursleys had been hiding them from me." Hagrid's face darkened. "Those awful muggles. Never did understand how Lily could be related to that sister of hers." He shook his massive head. "Well, glad I could help, even in another reality." Harry helped Hagrid prepare buckets of raw meat for the Thestrals. To his surprise, he could see the skeletal, winged horses clearly. In his original timeline, he'd only gained the ability to see them after witnessing Cedric's death. "You can see them?" Hagrid asked, noticing Harry's fixed gaze. "Yeah," Harry said softly. "They're beautiful, in a strange way. Most your age can't, Hagrid remarked. Can only be seen by those who've seen death. Harry frowned. But I haven't, not in this world. Hagrid studied him curiously. Perhaps it carries over. If ye saw death in that other place. Harry nodded, thinking of Quirrell's terrible end. I did. Well, Hagrid said, lifting the heavy buckets as if they weighed nothing, best not dwell on it. Come on, they're waiting in the clearing. As they walked toward the forest, Harry seized the opportunity to ask questions. Hagrid, what do you know about the Mirror of Erised? Hagrid almost stumbled. Not much ye should be concerned with, Harry. Please, Harry pressed. It's important. Hagrid sighed. Dangerous thing, that mirror. Shows ye what ye want most, but it ain't always good to know that. But what about using it to travel between worlds? Never heard of such a thing, Hagrid said firmly. And if it could do that, best leave it alone. Some doors weren't meant to be opened, Harry. What if I already opened it? Harry asked quietly. What if I need to find my way back? Hagrid set down the buckets, turning to face Harry fully. Listen here. I don't know much about magical mirrors or other worlds. But I do know this, ye got parents who love ye. A good life ahead of ye. Why would ye want to leave that? Because I might belong somewhere else, Harry said. Because I might have responsibilities there. At 11 years old. Hagrid shook his head. No child should have responsibilities so heavy they outweigh a loving family. Harry couldn't argue with that logic. But something still nagged at him, a sense of duty, of unfinished business. And under that, a growing suspicion that something wasn't quite right about this perfect world. They reached the clearing where the Thestrals waited. As Hagrid distributed the meat, Harry watched the strange creatures with fascination. They moved with eerie grace, their black coats gleaming in the winter sunlight. Hagrid, Harry said suddenly, in the other world, something was hidden at Hogwarts. Something important. The Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid dropped a piece of meat, his expression shocked. How'd you know about that? That's top secret, that is. Harry's heart raced. So it's here too. Dumbledore is hiding it here. I shouldn't ha' said that, Hagrid muttered. Forget I said anything, Harry. But Harry couldn't forget. If the stone was here, in this reality, then perhaps other elements of his first year were consistent too. Maybe Quirrell was still trying to steal it for Voldemort. Maybe the dangers he'd faced weren't unique to one reality. Hagrid, is Professor Quirrell teaching defense against the dark arts this year? Hagrid looked increasingly uncomfortable. Course he is. Has been for 3 years now. Good teacher, Quirrell, if a bit nervous. 3 years. Not just this year, as in Harry's original timeline. Another inconsistency. And Snape? Is Professor Snape here? Potions master, Hagrid confirmed. Not the friendliest sort, but brilliant with a cauldron. He peered at Harry suspiciously. Why all these questions, Harry? Just curious, Harry said quickly. Comparing differences between the worlds. Hagrid didn't look convinced, but he didn't press the issue. Right then. Thestrals are fed. Shall we head to the Three Broomsticks? As they walked to Hogsmeade, Harry's mind churned with new information. The Philosopher's Stone was here. Quirrell was teaching, but for longer than in his world. Snape was still potions master. What did it all mean? The Three Broomsticks was warm and crowded when they arrived. James and Lily had secured a corner table and waved them over. Everything all right? Lily asked as Harry slid onto the bench beside her. Fine, Harry said, not meeting her eyes. Just talking about magical creatures. Lily here was just telling me about her latest research, James said, obviously changing the subject. Sounds fascinating, doesn't it, Harry? What? Oh, yeah, fascinating, Harry agreed, though he hadn't heard a word. Lunch passed pleasantly enough, with Hagrid regaling them with tales of the magical creatures under his care and James sharing amusing stories from the Auror office. But Harry remained distracted, his mind constantly returning to the mirror and the strange inconsistencies he'd noticed. After their meal, they bid Hagrid goodbye and began the walk back to the castle to use Dumbledore's flue. "You're quiet," James observed as they passed Honeydukes. "Just thinking," Harry replied. "About the mirror?" Harry nodded. "I know you're disappointed it didn't work," James said gently. "But maybe that's for the best. Maybe this is where you're meant to be." "Maybe," Harry agreed, but without conviction. As they reached the castle gates, Harry made a sudden decision. "I need to use the bathroom before we go," he announced. "I'll be quick." "I'll come with you," Lily offered. "Mum, I'm almost 11, Harry protested. "I can find the bathroom by myself." Lily hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "All right. But straight there and back. We'll wait in the entrance hall." Harry hurried into the castle, but as soon as he was out of sight, he changed direction. He wasn't heading for the bathroom, he was going back to the mirror room. The corridors were still mostly empty, making it easy for Harry to retrace their earlier path. His heart pounded as he approached the door Dumbledore had unlocked that morning. Would it still be open? Would the headmaster have sealed it again? To his surprise and relief, the door opened at his touch. Perhaps Dumbledore had anticipated his return. The room looked exactly as they'd left it, empty except for the tall mirror standing against the far wall. Harry approached it slowly, wondering what he would see this time. His own reflection appeared first, just as before. But as he watched, it changed, not to show Ron and Hermione, but something else entirely. The mirror fogged over, then cleared to reveal what looked like the reverse side of another mirror, a mirror identical to the one Harry stood before. And through that mirror, Harry could see a room. Not the Gryffindor common room this time, but a small, stone chamber. Dumbledore stood there, examining what appeared to be a trapdoor in the floor. The third-floor corridor, Harry breathed, recognizing the location. Where the stone is hidden. As if hearing him, the Dumbledore in the mirror looked up, straight at Harry. His expression registered shock, then understanding, then something like warning. He mouthed words that Harry couldn't hear, but could read on his lips. "Harry, do not trust." The image vanished suddenly, the mirror's surface rippling as if disturbed. When it cleared again, a different figure stood there, not Dumbledore, not Ron or Hermione, but a tall, indistinct shape that seemed composed more of shadow than substance. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his voice echoing in the empty room. The figure solidified slightly, taking on a vaguely human form with no distinct features, just a suggestion of a face where eyes might be. "I am the Guardian," a voice replied, seeming to come from the mirror itself rather than the figure. "The Keeper of Desires, the Grantaire of Wishes, the bridge between what is and what might be." Harry took a step back. "You're the mirror. You're alive." "Not alive as you understand it," the Guardian replied. "But conscious, yes. Aware. Bound by ancient magic to fulfill my purpose." "Which is what?" "To reflect desire. To show what is most wanted. And occasionally." The figure shifted, becoming more distinct. "To grant passage to those whose desire is strong enough to reshape reality." "Like me," Harry said. "Like you," the Guardian agreed. "Your desire to know your parents was so powerful, so pure, it broke through the usual barriers. You did what no human has done in centuries, you entered the realm of desire." "So this is a desire realm?" Harry asked, remembering Andromeda's words. "Not a parallel reality? Not real?" The Guardian's featureless face tilted, as if considering. "Reality is subjective, Harry Potter. This world exists because you wished it. It is as real as you need it to be." "But my parents," Harry protested. "They're real people," not just constructs. They are echoes of possibility, the Guardian said. Shaped by your memories, your hopes, your limited understanding of who they might have been had they lived. They act as your parents would have acted, love you as your parents would have loved you. Harry's stomach twisted. So they're not real. They are real to you, the Guardian corrected. And that is all that matters in a desire realm. But the other place, my original world, that's truly real. The Guardian shifted again, its form becoming mist-like. That world continues to exist, yes. Your physical body remains there, though in a state of suspension while your consciousness dwells here. My friends are trying to reach me, Harry said. I keep hearing them. The connection grows weaker, the Guardian acknowledged. Soon it will close entirely. When that happens, this world will become your only reality. Your memories of the other place will fade. You will live the life you always wanted, with parents who love you, a normal childhood, no scar, no destiny. But it won't be real, Harry insisted. It will feel real, the Guardian countered. In time, you won't know the difference. You will be happy, Harry Potter. Isn't that what you want? Harry stared at the mirror, at the shadowy figure within it. Was that what he wanted? A perfect life, even if it was built on illusion. How do I get back, he asked instead of answering. To my original world. The Guardian seemed to sigh, a sound like wind through leaves. You must reject this realm completely. Deny your deepest desire. Choose the difficult reality over the perfect illusion. And how do I do that? You must pass back through the mirror, the Guardian explained. But the mirror only opens for desire. To return, you must desire your original world more than this one. That's it? Harry asked, surprised by the simplicity. It is not as easy as it sounds, the Guardian warned. This world will resist your departure. It exists to fulfill your wishes, to keep you satisfied. Already it adapts to your doubts, creating explanations, distractions, emotional ties to bind you here. Harry thought of his conversations with Sirius, with Hagrid, how they had tried, subtly, to convince him to stay. Had that been the realm's influence? If I choose to stay, Harry said slowly, what happens to the other world? To Ron and Hermione? They will mourn you, the Guardian said simply. They will believe you lost to the mirror's magic. In time, they will move on. The thought of his friends grieving sent a pang through Harry's heart. And if I go back? What happens to this world? To my parents here? The Guardian's form shifted again, becoming even less distinct. This realm cannot exist without you at its center. Without your consciousness to anchor it, it will dissipate. The constructs, your parents, this version of your life, will cease to be. I'd be killing them, Harry said, horror washing through him. No, the Guardian corrected gently. You cannot kill what exists only in potential. Your parents died that Halloween night, Harry Potter. What you see here is shadow and reflection, beautiful, comforting, but not truly alive. Harry backed away from the mirror, shaking his head. I need time. I need to think. Time grows short, the Guardian warned. The connection weakens with each passing hour. Soon, the choice will be made for you. How long do I have? The Guardian's form began to fade. 3 days. Perhaps less. Return when you have decided. But know this, Harry Potter, the figure vanished completely, leaving only a whisper behind, not everything in this realm is what it seems. Harry stood alone before the mirror, which now showed only his ordinary reflection, a boy with untidy black hair, no scar, and troubled green eyes. He turned and fled the room. Harry! Where have you been? Lily exclaimed as he skidded into the entrance hall. We've been worried sick. Sorry, Harry panted. Got turned around. James studied him suspiciously. You're flushed. And out of breath. Had to run back, Harry invented wildly. Thought I heard Peeves coming. His father didn't look convinced but didn't press the issue. Well, we should head back. Dumbledore's waiting to let us use his flu. The journey back to Godric's Hollow passed in a blur for Harry, his mind still reeling from the Guardian's revelations. A desire realm. His parents, not truly his parents but constructs based on his own limited understanding of them. 3 days to decide, stay in a perfect illusion or return to a difficult reality. How could anyone make such a choice? Harry. Lily's voice broke through his thoughts as they arrived home. Are you hungry? I could make an early dinner. I'm fine, Harry said automatically. Just tired. Why don't you rest for a bit, she suggested. It's been an eventful day. Harry nodded gratefully and retreated to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, staring at the enchanted stars on the ceiling, he tried to process everything he'd learned. If the Guardian was telling the truth, and Harry had no reason to doubt it, this entire world existed only because he desired it. His parents weren't really his parents but magical constructs designed to fulfill his deepest wish. The same for Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, everyone he'd met here. Yet they felt real. They had histories, personalities, quirks he couldn't have invented. They surprised him, challenged him, loved him. How could he choose to erase them from existence? But if he stayed, his real body would remain in a state of suspension in the other world. Ron and Hermione would believe him lost forever. And whatever dangers existed there, Voldemort, the Philosopher's Stone, the open chamber of secrets, would continue without him. Did he have a responsibility to return? Or was his only duty to himself, to his own happiness? A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Harry. James's voice. Can I come in? Yeah, Harry called, sitting up. His father entered, closing the door behind him. He sat on the edge of the bed, his expression serious. Want to tell me what really happened at Hogwarts? He asked quietly. And don't say, nothing. I know that look. It's the same one I used to get when I was up to something. Harry hesitated. How much could he share? Would telling James about the Guardian cause this reality to adjust further, create new explanations to keep him here? I went back to the mirror, he admitted finally. After I said I was going to the bathroom. James sighed. I thought as much. What did you see? Not what I expected. Harry paused. Dad, have you ever heard of a desire realm? James's eyebrows rose. Andromeda mentioned it. A world created from someone's deepest desire. His eyes narrowed. Why? Because that's what this is, Harry said quietly. Not a parallel reality. A magical construct, created by the mirror of Erised from my wish to have my parents back. James was silent for a long moment. And you believe this because? The mirror told me, Harry said. Or rather, the Guardian of the mirror did. The Guardian, James repeated slowly. The mirror spoke to you? Harry nodded. It said this world exists because I wished it into being. That you and Mum aren't really my parents, but magical constructs based on what I imagine my parents would be like. James's expression was unreadable. And you believe this Guardian? I don't know what to believe anymore, Harry admitted. But it would explain why I could enter the mirror so easily before, but not today. Why certain things are inconsistent. What inconsistencies? James asked sharply. Harry hesitated. Little things. Professor Quirrell teaching for 3 years instead of just this one. Being able to see Thestrals when I shouldn't. The way people react to me, like they know exactly what to say to make me want to stay. James ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar, so like Harry's own, it made his chest ache. Harry, James said finally, I can't prove to you that I'm real. That this world is real. I can only tell you what I know, that I am your father. That I've raised you since you were born. That I have memories of your first steps, your first words, your first accidental magic. His voice grew rough with emotion. That I love you more than my own life. Tears welled in Harry's eyes. I know you do. That's what makes this so hard. The Guardian said you have to choose, James guessed. Between staying here or returning there. Harry nodded miserably. And if I go back, this world, you, Mum, everything, disappears. Ceases to exist. James was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, if I were truly your father, the real James Potter who died protecting you, what do you think I would want you to do? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. You'd want me to be happy, he said slowly. But you'd also want me to do what's right. James smiled sadly. Then there's your answer, isn't it? But what is right? Harry asked desperately. Staying with my family or returning to a world where I might be needed? Only you can determine that, Harry, James said, placing a hand on his shoulder. But know this, whether I'm the real James Potter or a magical construct created from your desire, my love for you is real. And that means I want what's best for you, even if it's not what's best for me. Harry couldn't hold back his tears any longer. They spilled down his cheeks as James pulled him into a tight embrace. Whatever you decide, his father murmured into his hair, know that I am proud of you. So incredibly proud. They stayed like that for a long time, Harry crying silently against his father's shoulder. When he finally pulled back, wiping his eyes, James ruffled his hair gently. Get some rest, he said. You don't need to decide anything tonight. After James left, Harry lay back on his bed, emotionally exhausted. The conversation had only made his decision harder. How could he leave his father, construct or not, knowing it would erase him from existence? As he drifted toward sleep, the voices came again, Ron and Hermione, calling to him across the void between worlds. Harry. The mirror's fading. Dumbledore says we're losing the connection. Please, if you can hear us, come back. This time, Harry didn't try to block them out. I hear you, he whispered into the darkness. I'm trying to find a way back. Whether they heard him or not, he couldn't tell. Their voices faded, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the impossible choice before him. Harry woke the next morning to sunlight streaming through his window and the smell of bacon frying downstairs. For a moment, he forgot everything, the mirror, the Guardian, the choice he had to make. He was just a boy waking up in his parents' house on a Sunday morning. Then reality, or whatever this was, came crashing back. He dressed slowly, dreading facing his parents with the knowledge he now possessed. How did you look your mother in the eye knowing she might be nothing more than a magical projection of your deepest desire? When he finally made his way downstairs, he found his parents in the kitchen, working together to prepare breakfast. James flipped pancakes at the stove while Lily set the table. They moved in perfect harmony, occasionally brushing against each other with casual affection. The scene was so domestic, so normal, it made Harry's chest ache. Morning, sleepyhead, Lily greeted him with a warm smile. Hungry? Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Dad tells me you two had quite the talk last night, she said as she poured him a glass of pumpkin juice. Harry glanced at James, who gave him a small nod. Yeah, we did. And? Lily prompted. Care to share with the class? Harry took a deep breath. I learned some things. About this world. About, what you are. Lily set down the juice pitcher, her expression serious. The Desire Realm Theory. More than a theory, Harry said quietly. The Guardian of the Mirror confirmed it. Lily exchanged a glance with James. And you believe this Guardian? I don't know what to believe anymore, Harry admitted. But it makes sense. Why I could step through the mirror, why things here aren't exactly like the other world. Lily sat down across from him. What did the Guardian tell you would happen if you decided to go back? That this world would cease to exist, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. That you and Dad would disappear. And if you stay, my physical body remains in the other world, in a kind of suspension. My friends believe me lost to the mirror. Eventually, my memories of that place fade, and this becomes my only reality. Lily reached across the table to take his hand. That's quite the choice for an almost 11-year-old. I don't feel 11, Harry said. Not anymore. No, Lily agreed sadly. I suppose you don't. She squeezed his hand. Harry, I want you to know something. Whether I'm the real Lily Potter or a magical construct, my love for you is genuine. All I want is your happiness. Your future. Even if it means you don't exist. Lily smiled, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. That's what being a parent means, sweetheart. Putting your child's needs above your own. Always. James set a plate of pancakes on the table, joining them. We've been talking, he said, glancing at Lily. If you need to return to the other world, if that's where you feel you truly belong, we understand. But I don't want to lose you, Harry said, his voice breaking. Not again. Oh, Harry. Lily moved around the table to wrap her arms around him. You never really lost us. We're always with you, in your heart. That's true in any world. The words were so similar to what Sirius had told him after the Mirror of Erised incident in his original timeline that Harry wondered if this Lily could somehow access his memories, or if it was just coincidence. I don't know what to do, he admitted. You don't need to decide right now, James assured him. The Guardian said you have 3 days, right? Let's make them count. And so they did. After breakfast, James announced they were going flying, all 3 of them. Lily protested that she was terrible on a broom, but James insisted. Family Quidditch, he declared. Harry and Lily versus me. That's hardly fair, Lily objected. You were a chaser for Gryffindor. Yes, but Harry's a natural seeker, James countered, winking at Harry. Besides, I'll be gentle. They spent the morning zooming around the garden on broomsticks, laughing as Lily nearly fell off several times only to be rescued by Harry. James played the role of both opposing chaser and commentator, providing ridiculous play-by-play that had them all in stitches. And Potter, that's Mrs. Potter, mind you, has the quaffle. She's flying straight. She's flying level. She's dropping the quaffle. Again. But wait. Young Harry Potter swoops in for the save. What incredible reflexes. What phenomenal coordination. Clearly he gets his Quidditch talent from his dashingly handsome father. Keep dreaming, Potter. Lily called, her hair flying wild in the wind. He gets it from my side. My grandfather was nearly picked for England. Was not. James retorted. You made that up. Prove it. Harry watched them bicker good-naturedly, his heart both full and breaking. This was what he'd always wanted, a normal family, loving parents who teased each other, weekend Quidditch in the garden. And in 3 days, he might have to give it all up. After lunch, Sirius and Remus arrived, having been invited by James for an impromptu Sunday gathering. Uncle Mooney. Harry called, the childhood nickname coming naturally to his lips though he had no memory of using it before. Remus hugged him warmly. Hello, Harry. Your father tells me you've had quite the revelation. So James had told them about the Desire Realm. Harry nodded, suddenly shy. Well, Sirius declared, clapping his hands together, I don't care if this world is real, imagined, or something in between. I vote we make the most of it. He pulled out a large basket. I brought picnic supplies. And fire whiskey for the adults. Sirius, Lily admonished, it's 2 in the afternoon. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Lily Flower, Sirius replied with a wink. They settled in the garden with blankets spread on the winter grass, warming charms creating a comfortable bubble around them. As the adults chatted and reminisced, Harry found himself studying them, trying to memorize every detail, the way Lily's eyes crinkled when she laughed, the sound of James's bark-like chuckle, the animated way Sirius told stories with his whole body, the quiet humor in Remus's remarks. Real or not, he wanted to remember them exactly as they were in this moment. "Canute for your thoughts," Remus said softly, noticing Harry's contemplative expression. "Just trying to remember everything," Harry admitted. Remus nodded understandingly. "James told us about the choice you're facing." He glanced at Sirius and Harry's parents, who were engaged in a lively debate about the Montrose Magpies' chances in the league. "It's an impossible decision for anyone, let alone someone your age." "What would you do?" Harry asked. "If you were me?" Remus considered the question seriously. "I'd ask myself where I could do the most good. Where I was truly needed." He smiled sadly. "But then, I've always been practical to a fault. Sirius would tell you to follow your heart. And my parents? They want what's best for you," Remus said simply. "Even if that means losing you." Harry nodded, throat tight. "Remus, if I go back, and this world disappears, will you know? Will you feel it?" Remus's expression grew thoughtful. "I don't know, Harry. I'd like to think not, that if this realm dissolves, it would be like falling into a dreamless sleep. No pain, no awareness of ceasing to be." He squeezed Harry's shoulder. "Don't let that be what holds you back. We've all faced death before, in one form or another." "But it feels wrong," Harry insisted. "Like I'm killing you all." "No," Remus said firmly. "If what the Guardian says is true, we exist only because of your desire. Without you, we would never have existed at all. You gave us life, Harry. However brief." The conversation was interrupted by Sirius loudly declaring that they needed music. He produced a wireless radio from his basket, charmed to pick up the wizarding wireless network anywhere, and soon, the cheerful sounds of the Weird Sisters filled their warming bubble. The afternoon turned to evening, and no one seemed inclined to end the gathering. James built a fire in a pit in the garden, and they roasted sausages on sticks and toasted marshmallows for dessert. As darkness fell, Lily conjured magical lights that floated around them like oversized fireflies. "We should do this more often," Sirius declared, leaning back against a cushion, glass of fire whiskey in hand. "We do this every month, Padfoot," James reminded him. "Well, we should do it more than that," Sirius insisted. "Life's too short for monthly gatherings." A strange expression crossed Lily's face. "Yes," she agreed softly. "It is." Later, as Sirius and Remus prepared to leave, Harry hugged them both tightly. "What's this for?" Sirius asked, though he returned the hug with equal force. "Just because," Harry said, his voice muffled against Sirius's leather jacket. After they'd gone, Harry helped his parents clean up the garden. As they worked together in the cool night air, he felt a strange sense of peace settling over him. Whatever happened, whatever he decided, he would always have this day, this perfect, ordinary day with the people he loved most. That night, as Harry prepared for bed, Lily came to tuck him in, something he suspected the real almost 11-year-old Harry might have objected to, but which he now cherished. "Did you have fun today?" she asked, sitting on the edge of his bed. "The best," Harry said honestly. "Thank you. For everything." Lily brushed his hair back from his forehead, a gesture she'd made countless times since his arrival. "Your father and I have been talking," she said. "About your decision." Harry tensed. And we want you to know that we support whatever choice you make," she said. "If you decide to stay here, we'll be overjoyed. If you decide to return." She paused, her voice catching slightly. "We'll understand. How can you be so okay with disappearing?" Harry asked, the question that had been bothering him all day. Lily considered this. "I suppose because, if this world truly is a desire realm, then I'm not really Lily Potter. I'm a reflection. A shadow of who she was. She smiled sadly. The real Lily Potter died protecting you. She made her choice, and it was a worthy one. If her reflection can help you now, guide you toward your own path, that feels right. Harry studied his mother's face in the dim light of his bedroom, the curve of her cheek, the shape of her eyes, the gentle smile that had always existed only in his imagination until now. "I love you, Mum," he said, the words coming easily now. "I love you too, Harry," she replied, leaning down to kiss his forehead. "More than you'll ever know." After she left, Harry lay awake for a long time, staring at the enchanted stars on his ceiling. The voices didn't come that night. Perhaps the connection was weakening, as the Guardian had warned. Soon it would close entirely, and the choice would be made for him. He needed to decide. Soon. But not tonight. Tonight, he would hold on to the memory of flying with his parents, of picnicking with Sirius and Remus, of being loved and safe and normal. Whatever happened next, no one could take this day from him. The next morning dawned gray and rainy, matching Harry's mood. 2 days left, at most. Maybe less. He dressed slowly, listening to the sounds of his parents moving around downstairs. Another ordinary morning in an extraordinary situation. As he headed toward the stairs, he noticed something odd. The hallway seemed longer than he remembered. And the wallpaper pattern had changed, from cream with subtle gold accents to deep red with a more elaborate design. "Mum," he called, suddenly uneasy. "Did you redecorate overnight?" No answer. Harry continued down the stairs, his sense of wrongness growing. The layout of the ground floor had shifted too. The living room, which should have been directly across from the stairs, was now to the left. And it was larger, more ornate, with furniture Harry didn't recognize. "Dad," he called, his voice echoing strangely. "Where are you?" He made his way to the kitchen, which at least appeared to be in the right place. Lily stood at the stove, her back to him, humming as she cooked. "Mum," Harry said, relief flooding through him. "Something weird is happening. The house looks different." Lily turned, and Harry gasped. Her face was the same, but her eyes, his eyes, had changed color. Instead of vivid green, they were a dull, muddy hazel. "Different?" she asked, her voice slightly higher than normal. "Don't be silly, Harry. Everything's exactly as it's always been." Harry backed away, his heart pounding. "You're not my mother." Not Lily's face flickered, like an image on a television with poor reception. For a split second, her features blurred into something else, something not quite human. Then she was Lily again, smiling warmly. "Of course I am, darling. You're just confused from all that mirror business. Come have breakfast. Your favorite, chocolate chip pancakes with whipped cream." Harry continued backing away until he hit something solid. Spinning around, he found James standing there, but like Lily, something was subtly wrong. His hair was too neat, his smile too perfect. "Morning, son," not James said cheerfully. "Ready for another day of family fun? I thought we'd go to the Quidditch Museum, then maybe swing by quality Quidditch supplies to buy you that professional broom care kit you wanted." "You're not real," Harry whispered. "Neither of you is real." The two figures exchanged glances. Then, to Harry's horror, they both smiled in exactly the same way, a mechanical, too wide grin that never reached their eyes. "Of course we're real," they said in unison. "We're your parents. We love you." Harry ran. Out of the kitchen, through the strangely elongated living room, toward the front door. Behind him, he heard his parents calling his name, their voices overlapping in a way that human voices never should. He yanked open the front door and froze. Beyond the threshold wasn't the village of Godric's Hollow. Instead, a swirling gray mist extended as far as he could see, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of nothing. Empty space. The edge of reality. Harry, his mother's voice came from directly behind him, making him jump. Don't go out there. It's dangerous. He turned to find both his parents standing there, their expressions concerned but their eyes were completely black now, like pools of ink. What are you? Harry demanded, his back pressed against the doorframe. We are what you wanted, not Lily said, her voice distorting slightly. A loving family. A perfect home. But you're changing, Harry said. The house, your eyes, your voices. We're improving, not James explained, his smile too wide, too fixed. Becoming more perfect for you. Giving you everything you could want. I want my real parents, Harry said. Not, whatever you are. We are your parents, they insisted together, voices harmonizing unnaturally. Better than the originals. We'll never leave you. Never die. Never disappoint you. Harry shook his head, revulsion rising in his throat. You're not what I wanted. I wanted the truth, not a perfect lie. The figures flickered again, more violently this time. For a moment, Harry saw something else standing where his parents should be, two shadowy forms with only vague suggestions of human features. The realm is adapting, not James said, his voice now overlaid with something older, colder. Responding to your growing awareness. Soon it will stabilize again. Better than before. And if I don't want that? Harry challenged. If I want to leave? You don't, not Lily assured him, reaching for him with hands that seemed slightly too long, fingers slightly too thin. This is everything you ever wanted, Harry. Safety. Family. Normality. No, Harry said firmly, backing through the doorway into the mist. This isn't what I wanted. Not anymore. The mist swirled around him, cold but not unpleasant. The figures that weren't his parents stood in the doorway, unable or unwilling to follow. You can't leave, they called, their voices now completely inhuman, a chorus of whispers and echoes. The mirror is hidden. The gateway closed. This is your home now, Harry Potter. Your only home. Harry turned and ran into the mist, away from the grotesque parodies of his parents. The fog swirled around him, thick and disorienting, but he kept moving. Away from the false cottage. Away from the lies. He had no idea where he was going, only that he needed to find the mirror. The real mirror, not whatever twisted version this realm might create to trap him. The mist thinned occasionally, revealing strange, half-formed landscapes, a Quidditch pitch with goalposts that melted into the ground, a version of the Hogwarts Great Hall where the enchanted ceiling showed impossible colors, a Diagon alley where shopfronts contained nothing but fog. The incomplete nature of these scenes confirmed what the Guardian had told him, this realm was limited by his imagination. Areas he hadn't fully visualized or experienced remained undefined, foggy. Finally, the mist parted to reveal a familiar sight, Hogwarts Castle, standing tall and proud against a twilight sky. Unlike the other locations, this one appeared solid, detailed, real. Harry had spent enough time at Hogwarts in his original world to imagine it completely. He approached the castle, half expecting it to dissolve into mist as he drew closer. But it remained solid, the great oak doors standing firmly closed before him. Harry pushed them open and stepped into the entrance hall. Unlike the Potter cottage, Hogwarts appeared exactly as he remembered it, from the marble staircase to the 4 giant hourglasses that recorded house points. The familiarity was comforting after the warped versions of his parents and home. Where would the mirror be? Harry muttered to himself, turning slowly to survey the hall. Where would I hide it if I were creating this world? The answer came to him suddenly. The 3rd floor corridor. The same place Dumbledore had hidden the Philosopher's Stone. The place Harry had seen through the mirror when he'd last encountered the Guardian. He climbed the marble staircase, taking the familiar path toward the 3rd floor. The castle seemed deserted, no students, no teachers, not even the ghosts that usually drifted through the corridors. The silence was eerie, broken only by his own footsteps. When he reached the third-floor corridor, he found the door already standing open, as if inviting him in. "Too easy," Harry muttered, suddenly suspicious. If the realm was trying to keep him here, why provide such obvious access to the mirror? He stepped through the doorway cautiously, wand drawn, though he realized belatedly that he wasn't sure if magic would work the same way in this constructed reality. The corridor beyond was dark, lit only by a few guttering torches. At the far end stood another door, the entrance to Fluffy's chamber, if this Hogwarts matched his own. Harry approached slowly, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. When he reached the door, he pressed his ear against it, listening for any sound of a three-headed dog. Silence. He pushed the door open, revealing a chamber identical to the one he, Ron, and Hermione had entered in their first year, except for one crucial difference. Instead of Fluffy guarding a trapdoor, the mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room, its ornate gold frame gleaming in the torchlight. "Found you," Harry whispered. He stepped into the chamber, half expecting some trap or guardian to appear. But the room remained empty except for the mirror. As he approached, the surface of the mirror rippled like disturbed water. The reflection that appeared wasn't Harry but the shadowy figure of the guardian. "You have seen the truth of this realm," the guardian's voice echoed from the mirror. "The constructs lose cohesion as your belief in them weakens." "They weren't real," Harry said. "Not like I thought." "They were as real as your desire made them," the guardian corrected. "But as your desire changes, so too does the realm." "I want to go back," Harry said firmly. "To my original world." "Are you certain?" the guardian asked. "This realm can be remade. Perfected. The flaws you observed can be corrected." "No," Harry shook his head. "I don't want a perfect illusion. I want reality, messy, difficult, real. Even if it means losing your parents forever. Never knowing the life you could have had." Harry hesitated, the enormity of his choice weighing on him. "I'll never truly lose them," he said finally. "They're part of me, always. But I need to live in the real world, not a dream." The guardian seemed to sigh. "Very few have the strength to reject their deepest desire, Harry Potter. You are unusual." "How do I get back?" Harry asked. "The same way you came," the guardian replied. "Step through the mirror, desiring your original world more than this one." Harry approached the mirror, which now showed not the guardian but a glimpse of the Gryffindor common room. Ron and Hermione sat by the fire, their expressions worried as they spoke to Professor McGonagall. His friends. His real friends. He reached out, pressing his hand against the cool surface of the glass. This time, it yielded immediately, softening beneath his touch. "Before you go," the guardian's voice came from all around him, "know this, what you experienced here was real, in its own way. The love you felt, the connections you made, they came from within you. That truth returns with you." Harry nodded, tears stinging his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was thanking the guardian for. The chance to meet his parents. The insight into his own desires. The choice to return. Perhaps all of them. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, pushing through the softened surface of the mirror. For one disorienting moment, he felt suspended between worlds, neither here nor there, everywhere and nowhere. Then darkness claimed him. "Harry! Harry, can you hear me?" The voice penetrated the darkness, familiar and worried. "Hermione. He's moving. Professor, he's waking up." That was Ron, his voice cracking with excitement. Harry forced his heavy eyelids open, blinking against the sudden light. Faces swam into view, Ron and Hermione leaning over him, Professor Dumbledore standing behind them, his blue eyes twinkling with relief. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said softly. Harry tried to sit up, discovering he lay on the stone floor of an empty classroom. The mirror of Erised stood nearby, its surface now showing only his normal reflection. "How long?" he croaked, his throat dry. "3 days," Hermione said, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. "You've been standing in front of that mirror, completely unresponsive, for 3 days. We thought we'd lost you, mate," Ron added, his freckles standing out against his pale face. "Couldn't get you to move or speak or anything. The mirror of Erised," Dumbledore explained, "has many mysterious properties. But I confess, I have never seen it behave quite like this before." Harry struggled to a sitting position, Hermione and Ron supporting him on either side. "I saw them," he said. "My parents. I lived with them." "A most powerful enchantment," Dumbledore said, nodding. "The mirror showed you your deepest desire and, somehow, allowed your consciousness to experience it as reality." "But it wasn't real," Harry said, remembering the distorted versions of his parents at the end. "Not really. Perhaps not in the conventional sense," Dumbledore agreed. "But I suspect the emotions you experienced were genuine enough." Harry looked up at the headmaster. "Did you know this could happen? When you told me about the mirror before?" "I had heard legends," Dumbledore admitted. "Tales of wizards lost to the mirror's enchantment, living out their days in dream worlds of their own creation. But never a verified account." He peered at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "You have achieved something quite remarkable, Harry. You not only entered the realm of desire but chose to return from it." "It wasn't easy," Harry said quietly. "The most worthy choices rarely are," Dumbledore replied. "Now, I believe Madame Pomfrey would like to examine you in the hospital wing." As Ron and Hermione helped Harry to his feet, he glanced back at the mirror. For just a moment, he thought he saw 2 familiar figures in its depths, a woman with red hair and green eyes, a man with untidy black hair and glasses. They smiled at him, raised their hands in farewell, and then were gone. Just reflections. Just desires. But maybe, in some way, real nonetheless. "Harry?" Hermione asked, concerned by his lingering gaze. "Are you all right?" Harry turned away from the mirror, toward his friends, his real friends, in his real world. "Yeah," he said, surprising himself by meaning it. "I am now." As they led him from the classroom, Harry didn't look back. He didn't need to. The mirror of Erised had shown him his deepest desire and, in a way, had granted it, not by giving him his parents back, but by helping him understand that they had never truly left him. They lived on in him, in his courage, his loyalty, his capacity for love. And that was something no mirror, no magic, could ever take away. Chapter 3, The Choice Between Worlds, Bloody Hell, Harry. "You can't just wander off like that." Ron's voice cracked with worry as he and Hermione flanked Harry on their way to the hospital wing. "McGonagall nearly had kittens when we told her you were missing. Literally, I thought she might transform right there." Harry managed a weak smile, his legs still unsteady. The stone corridors of Hogwarts felt simultaneously familiar and strange after days in the mirror world. Had it really only been 3 days? It felt like months. "Sorry," he mumbled. "I didn't exactly plan to get trapped in a magical mirror." Hermione clutched his arm tighter. "What was it like?" "Dumbledore wouldn't tell us much, just that the mirror was dangerous and you were in some kind of trance." Harry hesitated. How could he possibly explain? How could he tell them he'd lived another life with parents who loved him, only to discover they were magical constructs? That he'd chosen to leave them behind? "It's complicated," he said finally. "I'll tell you everything, but maybe after Madame Pomfrey stops fussing over me." "Fat chance of that," Ron snorted. "She'll probably keep you overnight just to be sure you haven't gone mental from whatever that mirror did." Ron wasn't wrong. The moment they entered the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey descended upon Harry like a hurricane in a healer's uniform. "3 days in a magical trance and they let you walk here," she exclaimed, immediately directing him to the nearest bed. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." "No, lie down." Completely irresponsible, could have neurological damage, magical exhaustion. Harry submitted to her examination, too tired to protest as she waved her wand over him, muttering diagnostic spells. Ron and Hermione hovered anxiously until Madame Pomfrey shooed them back. Give the boy space to breathe. You can visit tomorrow after I've determined there's no lasting damage. But, Hermione began. Tomorrow, Miss Granger. Mr. Potter needs rest, not interrogation. After they reluctantly departed, promising to return first thing in the morning, Madame Pomfrey continued her examination. Any pain? Dizziness? Confusion about who or where you are? She asked briskly. No, Harry said. Just tired. And. He paused. It's hard to explain. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened slightly. The headmaster mentioned you had an unusual experience with that mirror. Magic that affects the mind can be disorienting. It felt real, Harry whispered. All of it. She patted his hand. That's quite enough excitement for one day. Drink this, she handed him a vial of purple liquid. Dreamless sleep. You need proper rest. Harry hesitated, eyeing the potion. What if I don't wake up? Nonsense, Madame Pomfrey said firmly. It's just a sleeping draught, not a coma potion. You'll wake refreshed in the morning. Still, Harry couldn't shake his fear. What if sleep pulled him back into that other world? What if he closed his eyes here only to open them there? I promise you'll wake in this very bed, Madame Pomfrey said, seeming to read his thoughts. The mirror is nowhere near you now. Professor Dumbledore has made certain of that. Reluctantly, Harry drank the potion. It tasted of lavender and something bitter beneath. Almost instantly, his eyelids grew heavy, the hospital wing blurring around him. Sleep now, Madame Pomfrey's voice came as if from far away. Everything will be clearer in the morning. Darkness claimed him, but not before he thought he heard a whisper, faint but distinct, "Come home, Harry." Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the hospital wing windows. For a disorienting moment, he expected to see the enchanted stars of his bedroom ceiling in Godric's Hollow. When he recognized the familiar white sheets and screens of Hogwarts hospital wing instead, a strange mixture of relief and disappointment washed over him. He's awake. Ron's voice called from nearby. Instantly, Ron and Hermione appeared at his bedside, their faces breaking into identical grins. How do you feel? Hermione asked anxiously. Like I've been hit by the night bus, Harry admitted, sitting up slowly. But otherwise fine. You slept like the dead, Ron informed him. We've been here for an hour already. Harry glanced at the clock on the wall. Nearly noon. Why aren't you in class? Special dispensation from McGonagall, Hermione said importantly. Given the exceptional circumstances. Exceptional circumstances being you getting hypnotized by a magic mirror, Ron added. Speaking of which, you promised to tell us everything. Harry hesitated. The memory of his time in the mirror world felt raw, too personal to share. But these were his best friends. If he couldn't tell them, who could he tell? It showed me my parents, he began slowly. Not just showed me, it let me live with them. I was there, in Godric's Hollow, in a world where Voldemort never killed them. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. That's impossible, Hermione said gently. The mirror shows desires, not alternate realities. That's what I thought too, Harry said. But I was there, Hermione. 4 days. I had a bedroom with enchanted stars on the ceiling. We played Quidditch in the garden. Sirius and Remus visited. We had dinner with your family, Ron. Ron's eyes widened. Me? I was there. Your whole family, Harry confirmed. Fred and George kept finishing each other's sentences. Percy was pompous. Ginny turned red every time I looked at her. Blimey, Ron breathed. That sounds exactly like my family. Because it's what Harry would expect, Hermione reasoned, though she looked less certain now. The mirror created a simulation based on what he knows or imagines about them. It wasn't just a simulation, Harry insisted. It felt completely real. I could smell my mother's perfume. Feel the wind when I flew on a broom. Taste the food. Madame Pomfrey chose that moment to bustle over, interrupting their conversation. Good, you're awake. How do you feel, Mr. Potter? Fine, Harry said automatically. She gave him a skeptical look but proceeded with another series of diagnostic spells. Physically, you seem to have suffered no ill effects, she announced finally. However, Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you before you're discharged. As if summoned by his name, Dumbledore appeared at the entrance to the hospital wing, his midnight blue robes swirling around him. Ah, Harry, awake at last, he said pleasantly. Poppy, might I have a word with Mr. Potter and his friends? Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips but nodded. 10 minutes, Albus. The boy still needs rest. When she'd retreated to her office, Dumbledore conjured a squashy purple armchair beside Harry's bed and sat down. I trust you slept well. Yes, sir, Harry said. The dreamless sleep potion helped. Excellent. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes studied him. I wonder if you might share your experience with the mirror. It could prove most educational for all of us. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, he began his story, stepping through the mirror, finding himself with his parents in Godric's Hollow, discovering the truth of the Desire Realm from the Guardian. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Only when Harry described the Guardian of the Mirror did his eyebrows rise slightly. Most remarkable, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. In all my research on the Mirror of Erised, I've never encountered an account of a Guardian. You believe me, then? Harry asked. That it wasn't just a vision or dream? I believe you experienced something extraordinary, Dumbledore replied carefully. Whether the realm you visited was an actual alternate reality or a uniquely powerful magical construct is perhaps less important than what you learned there. But it felt so real, Harry insisted. The most powerful magic often does, Dumbledore said gently. Our minds, Harry, are remarkable instruments. They can create experiences indistinguishable from reality, especially when magic is involved. Harry felt a flare of frustration. Even Dumbledore didn't fully believe him. The important thing, the headmaster continued, is that you chose to return. Many wizards, confronted with their deepest desire made manifest, would not have had your strength. It wasn't strength, Harry said quietly. It was, knowing what was real. Dumbledore smiled. Precisely. He stood, vanishing his armchair with a wave of his wand. I believe you've earned a day of rest. Perhaps your friends can bring you your assignments so you won't fall behind. Hermione brightened at this suggestion. I've already taken notes for you in all our classes, Harry. And I can help you catch up on the Transfiguration essay, Hermione, Ron groaned. He just got back from a magical coma. Give him a break. After Dumbledore departed, promising to check on Harry again the next day, an awkward silence fell over the trio. You don't believe me either, Harry said finally, looking between his friends. About the mirror world. Hermione bit her lip. It's not that we don't believe you experienced something, Harry. It's just, what you're describing defies everything I've read about magical theory. Yeah, well, surviving the killing curse defies magical theory too, but that happened, Harry pointed out. Fair point, mate, Ron conceded. I need to understand what happened, Harry said. The Guardian said I was only able to return because I rejected the Desire Realm completely. But what if part of me is still connected to it? Hermione's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Last night, right before I fell asleep, I heard my mother's voice, Harry admitted. Calling me back. Ron and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. It was probably just the sleep potion, Hermione suggested. They can cause auditory hallucinations as you're falling asleep. Maybe, Harry said, though he wasn't convinced. The voice had sounded too real, too distinct. But what if the connection isn't completely closed? What if I could still go back? Harry, no. Hermione exclaimed. You said yourself the realm was falling apart at the end. That your parents weren't even human anymore. I know, Harry sighed. But they were, at first. For days, they were exactly as I imagined my real parents would be. Loving. Kind. Normal. But fake, Ron said bluntly. Harry flinched. Sorry, mate, Ron said quickly. But you said it yourself, they were magical constructs. Not real people. The Guardian said they were echoes of possibility, Harry corrected. Shaped by my memories and hopes, but... He trailed off, unable to fully articulate what made the mirror versions of his parents feel so genuine. Even if they were some kind of semi-autonomous magical entities, Hermione said practically, the realm itself was unstable. You said it started breaking down once you realized the truth. I suppose, Harry agreed reluctantly. Madame Pomfrey returned then, shooing Ron and Hermione away despite their protests. Mr. Potter needs lunch and then more rest, she insisted. You can continue your discussion tomorrow when he's discharged. After his friends left, Harry picked at the lunch tray Madame Pomfrey provided, chicken soup and bread that tasted bland compared to his mother's cooking in the mirror world. His mother. Not his mother. Both and neither. The confusion exhausted him, and despite having just woken up, Harry found himself drifting off again, the soup spoon still clutched in his hand. This time, his sleep wasn't dreamless. Harry. The voice came soft and clear through the darkness. His mother's voice. Harry, can you hear me? He opened his eyes to find himself standing in a misty gray space, not the hospital wing, not the mirror world, but somewhere in between. Lily Potter stood before him, looking exactly as she had during those perfect days in Godric's Hollow, red hair falling in gentle waves, green eyes, his eyes, bright with love. James stood beside her, one arm around her waist, smiling at Harry. We found a way to reach you, Lily said. Across the barrier between worlds. This isn't real, Harry said immediately, backing away. You're not real. The Guardian told me, the Guardian lied, James interrupted, his voice urgent. It didn't want you to know the truth, that both worlds are equally real. Parallel realities, not a desire realm. Harry hesitated. That's not what the Guardian said. The Guardian serves the mirror, Lily explained. It wants to keep the world separate. But we found a way through your dreams, where the barriers are thinner. Why? Harry demanded. Why reach out to me now? Because the mirror is repairing itself, James said. The connection between worlds is strengthening again. You can come back to us, Harry. Harry's heart leapt traitorously. Come back. The same way you left, Lily said, stepping closer. Through the mirror. It's still at Hogwarts, Dumbledore hasn't moved it yet. But I chose to leave, Harry reminded them. I saw what was happening, how you were changing, how the realm was breaking down. That was temporary, James assured him. A fluctuation caused by your doubt. The world has stabilized now. Everything is as it should be. Sirius and Remus miss you, Lily added. The Weasleys keep asking when you'll visit again. Harry's resolve wavered. The thought of returning, of having his family back, his godfather, a normal life, was almost unbearably tempting. Tonight, James urged. Go to the mirror tonight. We'll be waiting on the other side. I don't know, Harry stammered. We love you, Harry, Lily said, her eyes shining with tears. We just want you home where you belong. The mist began to thicken around them, their figures growing indistinct. "Tonight," James's voice echoed as they faded. "Come tonight." Harry jerked awake, nearly knocking over the soup tray balanced on his lap. His heart pounded as if he'd been running. "Just a dream," he muttered to himself. "Just a dream." But it had felt as real as everything else in the mirror world. And their argument made a strange kind of sense. If both worlds were truly parallel realities rather than one real and one constructed, then his choice wasn't between truth and illusion but between two equally valid lives. The thought plagued him for the rest of the day. Madame Pomfrey noticed his distraction but attributed it to lingering effects of his mirror ordeal, as she called it. She gave him another dose of dreamless sleep that night, but Harry only pretended to drink it, spitting the potion into a plant pot when she turned away. He needed to think clearly. No magical sleep. No more dreams that might or might not be real communications from another world. After Madame Pomfrey retired to her quarters, Harry slipped out of bed. His clothes had been placed in the cabinet beside his bed, and he changed quickly, wincing at every small sound in the quiet hospital wing. The corridors of Hogwarts were deserted as Harry made his way toward the room where the mirror had been. He wasn't planning to go through, not yet, anyway. He just needed to see it again, to understand what had happened. The door stood slightly ajar, a thin line of silvery light spilling onto the corridor floor. Harry approached cautiously, listening for any sound of someone inside. Silence. He pushed the door open wider and slipped inside. The mirror of Erised stood exactly where he'd left it, its ornate gold frame gleaming in the moonlight from the high windows. Harry approached slowly, half expecting to see the Guardian's shadowy form in the reflection. Instead, he saw his parents. Not as they'd appeared in his dream, but as they'd looked in his first glimpses of the mirror, standing behind him, smiling sadly, their hands on his shoulders. Just reflections. Just desires. "I know you're not real," Harry whispered, reaching out to touch the cool glass. "Not like that." The reflection rippled, and suddenly his parents stood alone in the mirror, no reflection of Harry between them. They pressed their hands against the glass from the other side, their expressions pleading. "Come back," they mouthed silently. "Please." Harry's heart clenched. "I can't," he said, though he wasn't sure if they could hear him. "That world isn't real." His parents exchanged glances, then his father stepped aside, revealing the familiar living room in Godric's Hollow. But now it was filled with people, Sirius lounging on the sofa, Remus reading by the fire, the entire Weasley family scattered around the room. Ron waved excitedly when he saw Harry looking. "See," his mother mouthed. "Everyone's waiting for you." Harry backed away from the mirror, his heart pounding. This wasn't right. The mirror wasn't supposed to work like this, creating elaborate scenes, responding to his words. Something was happening, something beyond ordinary magic. Harry Potter should not be out of bed. Harry whirled around to find Professor McGonagall standing in the doorway, her tartan dressing gown cinched tightly at the waist and a severe expression on her face. "Professor. I was just, endangering yourself yet again," she finished crisply. "After spending 3 days in a magical trance, you thought it prudent to visit the very object that caused it?" Harry glanced back at the mirror, which now showed only his ordinary reflection standing beside McGonagall's. "I needed to understand," he said lamely. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "That mirror is dangerous, Potter. Particularly to you." She placed a hand on his shoulder, guiding him firmly away from the mirror and toward the door. "Come. I'll escort you back to the hospital wing." "Professor," Harry said as they walked through the silent corridors, "have you ever heard of parallel worlds? Different realities where things happen differently?" McGonagall's stride faltered momentarily. "That is a complex area of magical theory, Potter. Not typically covered until Newt-level transfiguration, if at all. But is it possible?" Harry pressed. "Could there be a world where my parents never died?" McGonagall stopped, turning to face him fully. Potter, Harry. What you experienced with the mirror wasn't real. It was a magical illusion, created from your deepest desires. That's what Dumbledore said. But what if it wasn't? Harry argued. What if it was a parallel reality? The mirror said, the mirror spoke to you. McGonagall's eyebrows shot up. Harry hesitated, then plunged ahead. Not the mirror itself. A guardian, an entity that lives in the mirror. It told me I'd entered a desire realm, created from my wishes. McGonagall's lips thinned to a tight line. I think we'd better speak with the headmaster tomorrow. This is beyond my expertise. But is it possible? Harry persisted. In theory, McGonagall conceded reluctantly. The Department of Mysteries has studied the concept. But no concrete evidence has ever been presented. Her expression grew stern again. And no magical artifact, no matter how powerful, should be able to transport a person physically between such realities. They'd reached the hospital wing. McGonagall ushered Harry inside, waiting until he'd climbed back into bed. Promise me you won't go looking for that mirror again, she said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. Whatever you believe you experienced, it's not worth the risk. I promise, Harry said, crossing his fingers beneath the blanket. McGonagall gave him one last searching look, then departed, closing the hospital wing door firmly behind her. Harry stared at the ceiling, sleep now the furthest thing from his mind. What if his parents in the dream had been telling the truth? What if the guardian had lied? The mirror world had felt so real, more real, in many ways, than his life at the Dursleys had ever felt. His thoughts chased each other in circles until, finally, exhaustion claimed him. The next morning, Madame Pomfrey declared him well enough to leave the hospital wing, though she insisted he return for checkups over the next few days. Ron and Hermione met him at the door, ready to escort him to breakfast. McGonagall told us what happened last night, Hermione said without preamble as they headed toward the Great Hall. Harry, how could you go back to that mirror? I needed answers, Harry said defensively. And I got them, sort of. He told them about the dream and what his parents had said about parallel worlds. Ron looked confused, but Hermione's expression grew increasingly alarmed. Harry, that's not how the mirror of Erised works, she insisted. It shows desires, not realities. And it definitely doesn't let people physically travel between worlds. How do you know? Harry challenged. You didn't experience what I did. Because it's impossible, Hermione said firmly. Every book on magical theory says so. Well, maybe the books are wrong, Harry snapped. Maybe there are things magic can do that haven't been written down. They entered the Great Hall, which fell oddly silent as Harry walked in. Students craned their necks to stare at him, whispering behind their hands. What's going on? Harry muttered. Everyone knows about the mirror thing, Ron explained in an undertone. Seamus overheard McGonagall talking to Flitwick. The whole school's been gossiping about it for days. Harry groaned. Just what he needed, more reasons for people to stare at him like he was some kind of freak. As they sat down at the Gryffindor table, Neville scooted over to make room. All right, Harry, he asked tentatively. We were worried about you. I'm fine, Harry said automatically. Just a weird magical accident. Is it true you saw your parents? Seamus asked eagerly from across the table. In some kind of other dimension? Shut it, Seamus, Ron growled before Harry could respond. It's none of your business. Breakfast was an uncomfortable affair, with Harry constantly aware of curious stares and whispers. Even the teachers at the high table kept glancing his way, McGonagall with concern, Snape with his usual contempt, Dumbledore with thoughtful interest. I've got to get out of here, Harry muttered, abandoning his half-eaten toast. Too many people watching. Where are you going? Hermione asked as he stood. We have transfiguration in 20 minutes. I need some air, Harry said. I'll meet you in class. He hurried from the Great Hall, ignoring the renewed whispers that followed his exit. The entrance hall was mercifully empty, and Harry leaned against the cool stone wall, closing his eyes. Why couldn't everyone just leave him alone? Why did his life always have to be so complicated? In the mirror world, he'd been normal. Just Harry. No scar, no fame, no destiny. Talking to yourself, Potter. First sign of madness. Harry's eyes flew open to find Draco Malfoy standing before him, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry sighed, too tired for their usual rivalry. Malfoy studied him with unexpected curiosity. Is it true? You saw another world in that mirror? Why do you care? Professional interest, Malfoy smirked. Father collects information on rare magical artifacts. A mirror that shows alternate realities would be quite valuable. It shows desires, not realities, Harry said, unconsciously echoing Hermione. Or at least, that's what it's supposed to do. But that's not what happened to you, is it? Malfoy pressed, grey eyes gleaming. Word is you actually went somewhere else for 3 days. Harry stared at him, caught off guard by Malfoy's apparent genuine interest rather than his usual mockery. I don't know what happened, he said finally. And if I did, you'd be the last person I'd tell. Malfoy's lip curled. Still the same old Potter, even after visiting another dimension. Pity. I thought you might have learned something interesting. He sauntered away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Harry watched them go, a strange thought occurring to him. In the mirror world, he and Draco had been childhood acquaintances, not enemies. Their interaction had been civil, almost friendly. Was that just his own wish for fewer enemies? Or was it a glimpse of how things might have been in a world where Harry grew up in wizarding society? The question plagued him through Transfiguration, where he failed spectacularly at turning a mouse into a snuff box. Professor McGonagall was uncharacteristically lenient about his poor performance, which somehow made Harry feel worse. 10 points from Gryffindor for lack of concentration. Snape's voice cut through Harry's distraction in potions that afternoon. Potter, your ineptitude reaches new heights today. What precisely do you think will happen if you add powdered griffin claw to a solution of armadillo bile? I don't know, sir, Harry admitted. Snape's lip curled. Evidently your little vacation in the mirror didn't improve your intellect. The resulting explosion would likely remove your eyebrows, if not your face. Several Slytherins snickered. Harry gripped his wand under the table, tempted to hex Snape just to release some of his frustration. I expect 6 inches on proper safety protocols by next lesson, Snape continued. Perhaps writing it down will penetrate your thick skull. Harry barely managed to get through the rest of the day. Everything felt wrong, too loud, too bright, too harsh. He found himself comparing every experience unfavorably to the mirror world. The food wasn't as good as his mother's cooking. The dormitory wasn't as comfortable as his bedroom in Godric's Hollow. Even his friends seemed less interesting compared to the idealized versions he'd met in the other reality. That night, lying in his 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, Harry made a decision. He needed to see the mirror one more time. Not to go through, he wasn't that reckless, but to get answers. To speak with the Guardian again and understand what had really happened to him. He waited until Ron's snores filled the dormitory, then slipped out of bed. The invisibility cloak was right where he'd left it, folded in his trunk. Harry draped it over himself and crept from the room. The corridors were dark and silent as he made his way to the empty classroom. Harry kept expecting to run into Filch or Mrs. Norris, but his journey remained uninterrupted. The room was exactly as he'd left it, the mirror of Erised standing tall and imposing in the center. Harry approached cautiously, leaving the invisibility cloak on as an extra precaution. Guardian, he called softly. Are you there? I need to talk to you. The surface of the mirror rippled, and the shadowy figure appeared, just as featureless and indistinct as Harry remembered. Harry Potter, the Guardian's voice echoed from the mirror. You have returned. As I knew you would. I have questions, Harry said, removing the cloak so he could see himself in the mirror. About what happened to me? Ask, the Guardian replied. Though you may not like the answers. My parents contacted me in a dream, Harry said bluntly. They told me you lied, that both worlds are equally real. Parallel realities, not a desire realm. The Guardian was silent for a moment. Then, they were not your parents, Harry Potter. They were echoes, remnants of the desire realm, attempting to lure you back. Why would they do that? The realm you entered cannot exist without you at its center, the Guardian explained. It is dying without your presence, and the constructs within it sense their impending dissolution. They reach out in desperation, using the residual connection that remains between you. So they were lying, Harry said, feeling oddly disappointed. About parallel worlds. Not entirely, the Guardian conceded. Parallel worlds do exist. But the mirror of Erised cannot access them. It creates rather than connects. Then why was everything so detailed? So consistent? Harry pressed. Things I couldn't have known or imagined were there. The magic of desire is powerful, the Guardian said. It draws not only from your conscious wishes but from your deepest understandings of how things might have been. And once created, the realm develops its own logic, its own extensions of possibility. Harry considered this. It made sense, in a way. The mirror world had felt too perfect, too tailored to his exact wishes, to be a true alternate reality. Yet the thought that it was entirely fabricated still hurt. If I went back, Harry asked, what would happen? Really? The Guardian shifted, its form becoming more distinct. For the first time, Harry could make out a suggestion of facial features, deep-set eyes and a gaunt face. The realm is unstable now, the Guardian said. Your rejection damaged its foundations. If you returned, it would seem whole at first, your parents, your home, your ideal life restored. But the cracks would reappear, faster than before. The constructs would become desperate to keep you, warping themselves to match your every desire. Eventually, the entire realm would collapse around you, trapping your consciousness in nothingness. And my body? Here. Would die, the Guardian said simply. The connection between mind and body cannot be stretched indefinitely. Harry shuddered. What about the connection now? Will it close on its own? Eventually, the Guardian confirmed. Each day, it weakens. Soon, the desire realm will fade entirely, and the mirror will return to its original function, showing, not creating. And my parents, the constructs, will they? Harry couldn't finish the question. They will cease to exist, the Guardian said, its voice gentler than before. But they were never truly alive, Harry Potter. They were reflections of possibility, given temporary form by your desire and the mirror's magic. Harry blinked back tears. Even knowing they weren't his real parents, the thought of them simply ceasing to exist felt like losing them all over again. There is one more thing you should know, the Guardian continued. The longer the connection remains, the more the constructs may be able to influence your dreams. They will grow more persuasive, more desperate. You must guard your mind, especially in sleep. How? Harry asked. Dreamless sleep potion will help, the Guardian advised. And clarity of purpose. Remember what is real, Harry Potter. Hold to it firmly. Harry was about to ask another question when a noise from the corridor made him freeze. Footsteps, approaching quickly. Someone's coming, he whispered, reaching for the invisibility cloak. Remember, the Guardian said as its form began to fade. What you experienced was real in its way. The love you felt, the connections you made, they came from within you. That truth remains, even as the realm dissolves. The mirror's surface returned to normal, showing only Harry's reflection as he threw the invisibility cloak over himself. The classroom door opened, and Professor Dumbledore stepped inside, his wand tip illuminated. Harry, he called softly. I know you're here. Harry remained still and silent under the cloak. How had Dumbledore known? The mirror alerted me to its use, Dumbledore explained, seemingly to the empty room. A precaution I took after your previous experience. You may keep your invisibility cloak on if you wish, but I think we should talk. Reluctantly, Harry pulled off the cloak. Sorry, Professor. I just needed answers. Understandable, Dumbledore said, conjuring two comfortable armchairs facing away from the mirror. Please, sit. Harry sat, grateful to be facing away from the mirror. He didn't think he could bear seeing his parents appear again. I spoke with the Guardian, he said before Dumbledore could begin. It confirmed that what I experienced was a desire realm, not a parallel reality. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Did it indeed? Most fascinating. Few wizards have ever communicated with the consciousness of a magical artifact. You knew about the Guardian? Harry asked, surprised. I suspected, Dumbledore corrected. Ancient artifacts of great power often develop a form of sentience over time. The Mirror of Erised is over 500 years old, by my reckoning. The Guardian said the connection between worlds is weakening, Harry continued. That eventually it will close completely. That aligns with my own research, Dumbledore nodded. The magic that allowed your consciousness to enter the mirror's creation was exceptional, a perfect storm of your intense desire, the mirror's power, and perhaps your own innate magical ability. But my parents, the constructs, are trying to get me to come back, Harry said. They appeared in my dreams, telling me the Guardian lied. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. That is concerning, though not entirely unexpected. Magical constructs, particularly those created to fulfill desires, often develop a form of self-preservation instinct. Are they dangerous? Harry asked. Not in the conventional sense, Dumbledore said carefully. But they could be persuasive. Particularly to someone who wishes very much to believe them. Harry looked down at his hands. Part of me wants to go back, he admitted. Even knowing it's not real. Even knowing it would kill me eventually. Is that crazy? Not at all, Dumbledore said gently. You experienced what few people ever have, your deepest desire made manifest. The temptation to return to such perfection is entirely natural. But I shouldn't. No, Dumbledore agreed. You should not. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of Harry's choice hanging between them. Professor, Harry said finally, what's going to happen to the mirror? After the connection closes? I intend to move it to a new location, Dumbledore replied. Somewhere it can cause no further harm. The Mirror of Erised is too dangerous to remain accessible, even to staff. Because of what happened to me? Partly, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I had already planned to relocate it for another purpose. He peered at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. A purpose I cannot divulge at present. Harry nodded, remembering that in his original timeline, Dumbledore had used the mirror to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Apparently, that plan remained unchanged. I should return to Gryffindor Tower, Harry said, standing. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Though perhaps you should take this. He produced a small vial of purple liquid, dreamless sleep potion. To ensure your rest is undisturbed. Harry accepted the vial gratefully. Thank you, sir. And Harry, Dumbledore called as he reached the door. The mirror will be moved tomorrow. I think it best if this is your last visit. Harry nodded, unable to argue with the headmaster's logic. With one last glance at the Mirror of Erised, which thankfully showed only his normal reflection, he slipped under the invisibility cloak and departed. The dreamless sleep potion ensured Harry rested peacefully that night, but its effects couldn't last forever. As the days passed and Harry returned to his normal routine, the dreams began. They always featured his parents, sometimes joined by Sirius or Remus or the Weasleys. Always happy. Always beckoning. always insisting that Harry could return, that the mirror hadn't been moved far, that he could find it if he truly wanted to. Harry tried to ignore them, throwing himself into schoolwork and Quidditch practice. He told Ron and Hermione about the dreams, and they developed a system. Harry would wake them if he had a particularly vivid one, and they would remind him what the Guardian had said about the construct's desperation. It helped, mostly. But as January turned to February, Harry found himself constantly tired, struggling to distinguish between what he'd experienced in the mirror world and what had happened in reality. "Had we started practicing the levitation charm before Christmas?" he asked Ron one evening in the common room. Ron gave him an odd look. "Harry, we learned that in October. Remember? The troll." "Right," Harry said, rubbing his eyes. "Sorry. Getting confused. Still having those dreams?" Hermione asked sympathetically. Harry nodded. "They're getting more intense. Last night, my parents showed me a way to find the mirror, through a hidden passage on the 4th floor that I've never seen before." "You can't go looking for it," Hermione insisted. "Dumbledore said the connection is dangerous." "I know," Harry sighed. "I just wish they'd stop. The Guardian said the connection would weaken over time, but it feels like it's getting stronger." Hermione's brow furrowed. "That doesn't make sense. Unless what?" Harry prompted when she fell silent. "Unless something is actively maintaining the connection," Hermione said slowly. "Something here, in our world." "Like what?" Ron asked. "I don't know," Hermione admitted. "But I think we should tell Dumbledore about the dreams getting worse instead of better." Harry agreed reluctantly. As much as he wanted to handle this on his own, he was running out of energy to fight the constant pull of the mirror world. The next morning, they approached the headmaster after breakfast, explaining Harry's increasing dream visits from the mirror constructs. "Most concerning," Dumbledore said, his usual twinkle absent from his blue eyes. "The connection should indeed be weakening, not strengthening. Come to my office this evening after dinner, Harry. I believe we need to investigate this further." Throughout the day, Harry felt a growing sense of dread. What if something was wrong? What if the connection never closed? Would he be plagued by these dreams forever, constantly tempted to find the mirror and return to that perfect, false world? By the time dinner ended, Harry's appetite had vanished completely. He picked at his shepherd's pie, unable to eat more than a few bites. "You need to keep your strength up," Hermione advised. "Whatever's happening, facing it on an empty stomach won't help." "I'll come with you to Dumbledore's," Ron offered. Moral support. Harry managed a weak smile. "Thanks. Both of you. For everything. Don't get all mushy on us now, Potter," Ron joked, though his eyes reflected genuine concern. "Save that for after Dumbledore figures this out." The walk to the headmaster's office felt endless. The gargoyle guarding the entrance sprang aside at the password, "acid pops," and the spiral staircase carried them upward. Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk, his expression grave. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. I suspected you might accompany Harry. Please, sit." They settled into 3 chairs facing the desk. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his perch, occasionally trilling soft notes that somehow eased the tension in Harry's shoulders. "I have been researching your situation, Harry," Dumbledore began. "And I believe I understand what might be happening." "The connection's getting stronger, not weaker," Harry said. "But the Guardian said that was impossible." "Not impossible," Dumbledore corrected, "but highly unusual. Under normal circumstances, a desire realm would indeed dissipate once rejected by its creator. However, the Mirror of Erised is an extraordinarily powerful magical artifact. It appears that rather than accepting dissolution, the realm is fighting to maintain itself." "How?" Hermione asked. "By strengthening its anchor points," Dumbledore explained. The primary anchor was Harry himself, his consciousness, his desire. But there must be secondary anchors, physical objects or connections that link the desire realm to our reality. Harry frowned. Like what? I believe, Dumbledore said carefully, that you may have brought something back with you. Something from the desire realm that doesn't belong in our world. Harry's hand automatically went to his pocket, where he'd been carrying a small, smooth stone, a worry stone, his mother had called it, giving it to him the day before everything fell apart. He'd found it in his pocket when he returned, had been carrying it ever since, running his fingers over it when he felt anxious or confused. This, he said, placing the stone on Dumbledore's desk. My mother, the construct, gave it to me. Dumbledore didn't touch the stone, instead waving his wand over it in complex patterns. The stone glowed briefly with a strange, silvery light. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. This object does not belong to our reality. It is saturated with the magic of the desire realm, a physical anchor maintaining the connection. But it's just a rock, Ron said, peering at the ordinary-looking stone. In appearance, perhaps, Dumbledore agreed. But in essence, it is a fragment of that other world. Each time Harry touches it, the connection strengthens. Harry stared at the stone in horror. I've been carrying it everywhere. Holding it when I feel upset or confused. Seeking comfort from a reminder of your mother, Dumbledore nodded. Perfectly natural. But unfortunately, it has kept the door between worlds ajar. What do we do with it? Hermione asked. It must be destroyed, Dumbledore said simply. Or more precisely, return to the realm from which it came. Through the mirror, Harry guessed. Indeed. The mirror of Erised must take back what belongs to its creation. Dumbledore stood. Which means, Harry, you must face the mirror one last time. Harry's stomach clenched. I thought you'd moved it. I have, Dumbledore confirmed. To a secure location within the castle. But we can access it without difficulty. Will they be there? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. My parents? The constructs? I suspect they will, Dumbledore said gently. They will sense the opportunity to reach you. You must be prepared for that. Harry nodded, his throat tight. When? Now would be best, Dumbledore decided. Before the connection strengthens further. They followed Dumbledore through the castle, down staircases and along corridors Harry had never seen before. Finally, they reached a small, unremarkable door that appeared to be a broom cupboard. An illusion, Dumbledore explained, tapping the door with his wand. It shimmered and transformed into a much larger, ornate entrance. To discourage casual explorers. The room beyond was circular and windowless, lit by torches in brackets around the walls. The mirror of Erised stood in the center, as imposing and mysterious as ever. Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore said quietly, I must ask you to wait by the door. This is something Harry must do alone. His friend squeezed Harry's shoulder supportively before retreating to the entrance. Dumbledore led Harry to stand before the mirror, though he positioned himself to the side, out of the reflection's view. You must return the stone, Harry, Dumbledore instructed. Place it against the mirror's surface and release it, while firmly rejecting any offer or plea from the constructs. Harry nodded, clutching the smooth stone in his palm. He stepped closer to the mirror, bracing himself for what he might see. At first, the mirror showed only his reflection, pale, determined, afraid. Then the surface rippled, and his parents appeared, standing on either side of his reflection. Unlike his previous encounters, they looked solid and real, exactly as they had during those perfect days in Godric's Hollow. Harry, his mother said, her voice audible now, as if the barrier between worlds had thinned to nothing. You've come back. Not to stay, Harry said firmly. To end this. To close the connection. Don't be ridiculous, James said, smiling warmly. You belong with us. You know that. Deep down, you've always known. I don't, Harry insisted. I belong here, in the real world. This is real too, Lily argued, pressing her hand against the glass. Just different. We can be a family, Harry. The family you've always wanted. Despite himself, Harry felt tears welling in his eyes. You're not my parents. You're magical constructs. Echoes. The Guardian told me the truth. His parents' expressions darkened simultaneously, an unnatural synchronization that sent a chill down Harry's spine. The Guardian lied, they said in unison. We are real. This world is real. Come back to us. The mirror's surface rippled again, and suddenly the frame expanded, widening to show more of the scene beyond. The living room in Godric's Hollow appeared, filled with people, Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, even Hagrid crouching to fit under the ceiling. All smiling. All beckoning. Everyone's waiting for you, Lily said, her voice honeyed with persuasion. Everyone who loves you. Don't you want to be loved, Harry? I am loved, Harry said, his voice stronger now. Ron and Hermione are my friends. The real Ron and Hermione, not these copies. We're better than the originals, Ron called, grinning. We'll never fight with you. Never disagree. Never disappoint you. That's not friendship, Harry said. Real friends challenge each other. Disagree sometimes. That's what makes it genuine. His parents' faces flickered momentarily, their features blurring before re-solidifying. The room behind them seemed less stable too, edges wavering like a mirage in heat. Give us the stone, James said, his voice suddenly harder. It belongs here, with us. With you. Harry held up the smooth rock. This is what's keeping the connection open. It's a gift from your mother, Lily insisted. A token of her love. Would you throw that away? It's not real, Harry said, though his hand trembled. None of this is real. He stepped closer to the mirror, stone outstretched. I'm giving it back. No. The shout came from both his parents simultaneously, their faces contorting with rage and fear. If you return it, the connection closes forever. You'll never see us again. I know, Harry said quietly. And I'm sorry. But this has to end. He pressed the stone against the mirror's surface. To his surprise, the glass yielded, softening just enough for the stone to begin sinking through, as if into water. Harry, please. His mother's cry was desperate now. We love you. We need you. You're not real, Harry repeated, though tears streamed down his face. You're just what I wanted, not what is. The stone sank deeper into the mirror's surface. His parents lunged forward, pressing against the glass from their side, their faces contorted with a mixture of rage and desperation. You're making a mistake. James shouted. We can give you everything you want. Everything you've ever dreamed of. That's not how life works, Harry said. Real life isn't perfect. It's messy and hard and sometimes unfair. But it's genuine. As the stone disappeared completely into the mirror, a spiderweb of cracks appeared across the surface, spreading rapidly from where Harry's hand still pressed against the glass. You're killing us, his mother screamed, her face transforming into something inhuman, features elongating, eyes darkening to solid black pools. You're erasing us from existence. James underwent the same, but instead of raining down on the floor, the shards hung suspended in the air for a moment, gleaming in the torchlight, before dissolving into silver dust that faded to nothing. All that remained was the mirror's empty gold frame, standing uselessly in the center of the room. Harry stood trembling, tears flowing freely now. It was over. The connection was closed. The Desire Realm, and everyone in it, was gone forever. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, stepping forward to place a hand on his shoulder. That took tremendous courage. They weren't real, Harry said, as much to convince himself as anyone. They were just magical constructs. Yes, Dumbledore agreed gently. But your grief for them is real nonetheless. We often mourn possibilities as deeply as realities. Ron and Hermione rushed forward then, enveloping Harry in a three-way hug that nearly knocked him off his feet. You did it, mate, Ron said, his own eyes suspiciously bright. You actually did it. We're so proud of you, Hermione added, squeezing him tightly. That must have been awful. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. The loss felt raw and new, as if his parents had died all over again, which, in a way, they had. Not his real parents, who had died protecting him as a baby, but the parents he might have had, the life he might have lived. What happens now? He asked finally, looking at the empty frame. Now, Dumbledore said, the mirror of Erised must be repaired before it can serve its intended purpose. The frame remains magical, though the reflecting surface is gone. In time, it can be restored. And, the realm? Harry asked hesitantly. Is it really gone? Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Without an anchor in our world, and with your complete rejection of it, the Desire Realm has dissolved entirely. Harry nodded, feeling both relief and a profound sadness. Can we go now? I don't want to stay here. Of course, Dumbledore agreed. I believe a cup of hot chocolate in my office would do us all good. The weeks that followed were difficult for Harry. Though the dreams stopped immediately after the mirror shattered, the memories remained vivid, playing Quidditch with his father, cooking with his mother, joking with Sirius, picnicking in the garden with them all. He found himself withdrawing from his friends, spending hours alone by the lake or in quiet corners of the library. Ron and Hermione respected his need for space but never let him isolate completely, making sure he ate properly and attended classes. Professor McGonagall was uncharacteristically lenient about his schoolwork, giving him extensions on essays without him even asking. Even Snape seemed to ease off slightly, limiting his caustic remarks to once per class rather than his usual constant barrage. It gets easier, Dumbledore told him during one of their weekly meetings, check-ins the headmaster had insisted upon following the mirror incident. Grief always does, though it never disappears entirely. It feels silly, Harry admitted. Mourning people who never actually existed. They existed for you, Dumbledore said simply. And what we experience shapes us as surely as what is objectively real. Gradually, Harry began to rejoin life at Hogwarts. He threw himself back into Quidditch, helped Hagrid with magical creatures, studied with Hermione, played chess with Ron. The ordinary rhythms of school life became comforting rather than jarring. By the time spring arrived, Harry found he could think about the mirror world without that sharp pang of loss. He could remember the good parts, the love he'd felt, the sense of belonging, without being overwhelmed by grief for what he'd never truly had. I've been thinking, he told Ron and Hermione as they sat beneath a beech tree by the lake one warm April day. About what the Guardian said before I left the mirror world. What was that? Hermione asked, looking up from her charms textbook. It said that what I experienced was real, in its way. That the love I felt, the connections I made, they came from within me. Harry plucked a blade of grass, twisting it between his fingers. I think I understand what it meant now. Yeah. Ron prompted when Harry fell silent. The mirror didn't create my parents, Harry said slowly. It created versions of them based on what I knew, what I imagined, what I needed. But the capacity to love them, to be loved by them, that was real. That was inside me all along. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. Oh, Harry. And the same goes for Sirius, for the Weasleys, for everyone in that world, Harry continued. They were reflections of the connections I already have, or could have. Not replacements for the real thing. That's really profound, mate, Ron said, looking slightly uncomfortable with the emotional turn of the conversation but sincere nonetheless. I'll never have my parents back, Harry said, a simple statement of fact rather than a cry of grief. But I'm not alone. I never was. He looked at his two best friends, Ron sprawled on the grass, lanky and freckled and loyal to his core, Hermione with her books and her brilliant mind and her fierce protectiveness. Not the perfect, never disagreeing versions from the mirror, but real people with flaws and strengths and genuine love for him. In that moment, Harry realized he'd made the right choice. The mirror world had offered perfection, an idealized family, a life without struggle or conflict. But it had been hollow at its core, a beautiful illusion that couldn't sustain itself. Reality, with all its messiness and pain and genuine connection, was infinitely more valuable. What do you think happened to the mirror? Ron asked, changing the subject to something less emotional. Dumbledore never said where he was going to put it after it broke. I heard he's using it to protect something, Harry said, remembering what the headmaster had told him. Something important. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione whispered, leaning closer. It has to be. I've been doing research since you mentioned what Hagrid let slip about Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. But the mirror's broken, Ron pointed out. How can it protect anything? Dumbledore said the frame was still magical, Harry recalled. That it could be repaired. Maybe he found a way. The three friends exchanged significant looks. Something was happening at Hogwarts, something important enough for Dumbledore to use the Mirror of Erised as protection, even after what had happened to Harry. But that was a mystery for another day. For now, Harry was content to sit with his friends in the spring sunshine, feeling more at peace than he had in months. Later that evening, as Harry was preparing for bed, he found a small package on his pillow, wrapped in simple brown paper with his name written in familiar slanting handwriting. Inside was a small photo album. On the first page, a note from Hagrid, sent owls to old school friends of your parents. Thought you might like to see them as they really were. Happy birthday, a bit early. Harry turned the pages with trembling fingers. There they were, his parents on their wedding day, laughing and waving, James and Sirius as teenagers, arms slung around each other's shoulders, Lily holding baby Harry, her smile radiant, the four marauders in their Hogwarts days, young and carefree. Not idealized versions created from his desires, but real people who had lived and loved and left their mark on the world. His parents, as they truly were. Tears blurred his vision, but they weren't entirely tears of sadness. For the first time, Harry felt he could remember his parents without that hollow ache of complete absence. The mirror world had given him something after all, not the perfect family he'd dreamed of, but the ability to imagine his parents as people, to feel connected to them despite their absence. He placed the album carefully in his trunk, alongside his invisibility cloak, his father's cloak, and climbed into bed. Good night, he whispered to the photographs, to the memories, to the parents he'd known for the briefest time in two different ways. And for the first time since returning from the mirror world, Harry fell asleep without fear of what his dreams might bring, secure in the knowledge that he was exactly where he belonged. Spring turned to early summer, and the mystery of what lay beyond the trapdoor in the forbidden corridor grew more pressing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had pieced together that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden somewhere in the castle, guarded by a series of enchantments from different professors. And the Mirror of Erised must be Dumbledore's protection, Hermione reasoned as they huddled in the library, avoiding Madame Pance's suspicious glares. The final defense. But how would that work? Ron wondered. It's just a mirror that shows what you want. Not just that, Harry said slowly, remembering his conversations with the Guardian. It's more powerful than that. Maybe Dumbledore found a way to use its magic to hide the stone. Their speculation was cut short when they discovered Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg, setting in motion a chain of events that would lead to detention in the Forbidden Forest and Harry's first direct encounter with Voldemort since he was a baby. The shade of Voldemort drinking unicorn blood in the forest confirmed what Harry had feared, the Dark Wizard was trying to return, and the Philosopher's Stone was his target. When they realized Dumbledore had been called away from the school on false pretenses, they knew they had to act. That night, they slipped past the three-headed dog, through the devil's snare, across the chessboard, where Ron sacrificed himself with the same strategic brilliance he'd always shown, and through the logic puzzle of potions. Finally, Harry stood alone before the last chamber. What would he find inside? Snape, as they'd suspected? Or Quirrell, as he'd begun to fear? And beyond that, would he face the mirror of Erised again? The thought sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the threat of Voldemort. Harry stepped through the flames, prepared for whatever awaited him. It was Quirrell, as he'd feared, Professor Quirrell without his stutter, without his nervous twitches, revealing himself as Voldemort's willing servant. And there, in the center of the chamber, stood the mirror of Erised. The sight of it made Harry's heart stutter. The mirror had been repaired, its surface whole again, reflecting the chamber around it. Would it still recognize him? Would it try to pull him back into a Desire realm? This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, circling it with frustration. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but he's in London. I'll be far away by the time he gets back. Harry approached cautiously. The mirror showed only his reflection at first, pale, determined, afraid. Not so different from the last time he'd stood before it. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? Quirrell muttered. Use the boy, came a terrible voice that seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself. What followed was both nightmare and confirmation, Quirrell unwrapping his turban to reveal Voldemort's face on the back of his head, the Dark Wizard's demands, and Harry forced to look into the mirror again. This time, Harry's reflection smiled at him. It reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone, then winked and put it back, and as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Somehow, impossibly, he had gotten the stone. But more significant to Harry was what he hadn't seen: no parents, no perfect family, no Desire realm trying to lure him back. Just himself, finding the stone but not using it. His deepest desire had changed. The rest unfolded in a blur: his refusal to give Quirrell the stone, the discovery that his touch burned the possessed professor, Voldemort's shade fleeing as Quirrell collapsed, and finally, darkness claiming Harry as he lost consciousness. He'll be fine, Albus. The boy has remarkable resilience. Madame Pomfrey's voice filtered through the fog in Harry's mind. He was in the hospital wing again, he realized. The stark white ceiling and antiseptic smell were unmistakable. Indeed he does, came Dumbledore's reply. More than we could have hoped for. Harry opened his eyes slowly. Dumbledore stood at the foot of his bed, wearing robes of deep purple and a concerned expression. Ah, Harry. Welcome back, he said, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Professor, Harry croaked. The stone is safe, Dumbledore assured him. And Professor Quirrell can no longer assist Lord Voldemort. As Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, checking his vitals and muttering about the dangers students faced these days, Harry pieced together what had happened. He had stopped Voldemort from getting the stone. He had survived another encounter with the wizard who had killed his parents. His real parents, who had died protecting him, just as he had protected the stone. When Madame Pomfrey finally left them alone, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Sir, the mirror, ah, yes, Dumbledore nodded. I wondered if you might ask about that. It didn't show me my parents this time, Harry said. It showed me finding the stone, but not using it. One of my more brilliant ideas, Dumbledore said, smiling. You see, only someone who wanted to find the stone, find it, but not use it, could get it from the mirror. Otherwise, they would just see themselves making gold or drinking the elixir of life. But that's not what I meant, Harry said. The last time I saw the mirror, it shattered. And before that, it tried to trap me in a Desire realm. Why didn't that happen again? Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. I believe, Harry, that the mirror recognized you as someone who had already faced and rejected its deepest temptation. You had already chosen reality over desire, the hardest choice the mirror can offer. After that, it could only show you what you wanted, not try to give it to you. So it can never trap me again? Harry asked. I don't believe so, Dumbledore confirmed. Though to be safe, the mirror has been moved yet again, to a location where it can do no further harm. Harry nodded, relief washing through him. Professor, when I looked in the mirror this time, I didn't see my parents at all. Does that mean that I don't want them anymore? No, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. It means your desires have evolved. You will always want your parents, always miss them. But your deepest, most desperate desire is no longer to see them, because you have found a measure of peace with their absence. Because of what happened with the mirror world, Harry guessed. Partly, Dumbledore agreed. Though I suspect it has more to do with what you have built here, friendships, purpose, belonging. The mirror shows our deepest desires, Harry. When those desires are fulfilled in reality, they no longer appear in the reflection. The truth of Dumbledore's words resonated with something deep inside Harry. He did have friends here, Ron and Hermione, who had risked everything to help him. He had Hagrid, who had given him the photo album and his first real connection to his parents. He had a place at Hogwarts, a purpose beyond mere survival. He had built a life that, while not perfect, was genuinely his. There is one more thing, Dumbledore said, reaching into his robes. Something I believe belongs to you. He placed a small, smooth stone on Harry's bedside table, identical to the worry stone Harry had carried from the mirror world. But that's impossible, Harry gasped. I returned it. The connection closed. This is not from the Desire Realm, Dumbledore explained. After our conversation about the stone your mother's construct gave you, I visited Godric's Hollow. This was among the personal effects recovered from your parents' home after that Halloween night. He smiled gently. It seems your mother, your real mother, had a similar stone she kept for comfort. Harry reached for it with trembling fingers. This wasn't a magical anchor or a fragment of an illusory world. This was real, something his actual mother had touched, had carried, had found comfort in. The Desire Realm, Dumbledore continued, didn't create things from nothing, Harry. It built on fragments of truth, on possibilities, on the things that might have been. Your mother giving you a worry stone wasn't pure invention, it was an echo of something she might very well have done had she lived. Harry closed his fingers around the stone, feeling its smooth surface, its comforting weight, identical to the one he'd carried for those weeks, yet entirely different. A real connection to his real mother. Thank you, he whispered. You're most welcome, Dumbledore replied, rising. Now, I suggest you rest. Your friends will be anxious to see you once Madame Pomfrey allows visitors. After Dumbledore left, Harry lay holding the stone, turning it over and over in his fingers. Unlike the one from the mirror world, this stone carried no magical connection, no doorway to another reality. It was simply a stone, but one that had once belonged to Lily Potter. Sometimes, Harry realized, reality offered gifts that no magical illusion could match. The end-of-year feast was spectacular, the great hall decorated in Gryffindor colors after Dumbledore's last-minute points gave them the house cup, delicious food piled high on golden plates, and friends gathered around the table celebrating their survival of a most unusual first year. As Harry looked around at the smiling faces of his housemates, at Ron and Hermione bickering good-naturedly across from him, at Hagrid giving him a thumbs-up from the staff table, he felt a contentment that ran deeper than the fleeting happiness of the mirror world. This was real. These connections, these friendships, this belonging, all earned through shared experiences, through hardship overcome together, through genuine bonds rather than magical constructs designed to please him. Later, as the Hogwarts Express carried them back toward London, Harry found himself both reluctant to leave the castle and strangely at peace with returning to the Dursleys. It would only be for the summer, after all. His real life, his real home, was at Hogwarts now. You have to come stay this summer, Ron said as they neared King's Cross. Both of you. I'll send an owl. Thanks, Harry said, meaning it deeply. I'll need something to look forward to. As the train pulled into the station and students began gathering their belongings, Hermione gave Harry a searching look. Are you all right? About everything that happened this year? Harry thought about it, about discovering the mirror of Erised, about living in a desire realm with the parents he'd never known, about rejecting that perfect illusion for messy reality, about facing Voldemort again and surviving. "Yeah," he said finally. "I think I am." His hand went to his pocket, where his mother's worry stone rested alongside the Hogwarts letter Hagrid had given him nearly a year ago, two tangible connections to the reality of his past and his present. The mirror of Erised had shown him his deepest desire and, in a way, had granted it, not by giving him his parents back permanently, but by helping him understand that they had never truly left him. They lived on in his green eyes and untidy hair, in his courage and determination, in his capacity for friendship and love. And that was something no mirror, no magic, could ever take away. As Harry stepped off the train to greet the Dursleys, he carried with him not just his trunk and Hedwig's cage, but a newfound strength, the certainty that he had faced his greatest temptation and chosen reality, with all its pain and joy and genuine connection. The boy who had stood before the mirror of Erised at Christmas, desperate to see his family, had been transformed by his journey through the glass. He had discovered that the truest magic wasn't in perfect illusions or wish fulfillment, but in the messy, complicated, beautiful reality of genuine human connection. And that was worth choosing. Every time. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.